Number 41. Open Sea of Bitterness. In the past 2 months, Mr. Wu Qingfeng does one's best, earnest Professor Peng Bo and Yi Fan, guide their tread above the immortal road. Peng Bo's practices very smoothly, induces to own wheel of life, has been able to guide the essence qi circulation, he then must do then open sea of bitterness, releases the divine force source to prepare for later. Yi Fan is still not able to induce wheel of life, there does not have the wave not to have the billows, a silence, but practices every day, he is refreshing, the whole body is comfortable, the energy rushes. For several days, his strength was getting bigger and bigger, the speed also promoted a big truncation, the body as if to have inexhaustible essence, qi and spirit. Quick that the time passes, 2 months, Mr. Wu Qingfeng will soon have departed in a flash, no longer teaches them alone. A mortal road is hard and dangerous, only has the will to be firm, perseveres, can have an achievement. Said these, the old person is then floating to go. The back of Yi Fan and Peng Bo to Mr. Wu Qingfeng deeply do obeisance, this is not the formality of empty wrapped sets, but from sincerity does obeisance. Before Short Mountain, thatched hut 35, bamboo grove 2 to 3 pieces, tranquil in nature, usually the plain food, Yi Fan and Peng Bo adapted to this life gradually. Tomorrow we'll go to the Spirit Ruins Cliff to practice. Originally Yi Fan very hesitates, he has not joined Spirit Ruins Sanctuary, is really not good to go to the research method with Peng Bo again together. However, Mr. Wu Qingfeng actually gave him together jade token, holds this faith token, even if not Spirit Ruins disciple, can amend the law there. The bright moonlight is hanging in the sky, the bright moon per month splendor sprinkles, the moonlight such as the wave is generally gentle, a short mountain nearby forest land dimness, put on a tissue probably. Yi Fan and Peng Bo are looking up to starry sky, for a very long time has not spoken, they in seeking for that star in heart, but under nighttime sky stars, all so strange, cannot see that piece of familiar starry sky again. Arrived at starry sky other shore, the past was too remote, could not search again. Does not know space palace, when now the evening is. Person has vicissitudes of life, the moon per month has the ups and downs, to hope the person to be long time, the 1,000 li 500 kilometers is altogether beautiful. 2 people lie down on the lawn, looks up to starry sky, the hand grasps the thick teacup, but the tea has not imported but actually, almost sprinkles completely on the face. Could not go back again. Afterward, 2 people silent long time, calmly lies down there, is looking at starry sky, no longer spoke. Until was very long in the past, this minute quiet was broken. We must go on living well. Yi Fan and Peng Bo are the men of optimism, temporary losing, was to the past farewell, will henceforth be calm facing the future. They then abandon these quickly, the topic shifts to the issue of practicing. Although practice merely for 2 months, but to them is actually one type, new life, this is an unprecedented experience. A mortal Tao is indistinct, the road ahead was unforeseen, since has taken this path, only has steadfastly walks. Spirit Ruins Sanctuary is one of the land of Yan 6th sanctuary and blessed land, although is unable compared with these famous major sect, but even so, in the faction also about 1,000 cultivator, reach several hundred people as for young disciple. The rosy-colored clouds at dawn initial rise, the golden light sprinkles on the cliff, lives the splendor shiningly. The Spirit Ruins Cliff is a precipice, comprised of more than 10 low stone cliff, each other is not connected, 22 certain distances, and is not high, only has 70 to 80 meters appearance. In the morning, here gathered many young disciple, because cultivation base has low high, the choice is not naturally different, arrives under different stone cliff respectively, listens respectfully to suit itself at present the cultivation base profound method. Yi Fan and Peng Bo also rush early, just cross the threshold that's all, only then a choice, arrives at most end that to say stone cliff, before directly. Here had gathered many people, there are both men and women, enough 40 to 50 people. The smallest several people of 7 or 8-year-old appearances, the face is immature, has the innocence, the biggest several people have over 30 years old, whole face great changes. Magnificent light flashes, a streak of divine light breaking space comes, to descend on stone cliff, the ray collects. A beard and hair pure white old person sits cross-legged above. Light swept several downward, slightly stopped on Pangbo and Yi fans, then starts to pass on the law. Meanwhile, on other escarpments also the bright rainbow descends, is the spirit ruins sanctuary elders. In various cliffs is away from a distance, will not be affected but actually welcome the rosy-colored clouds at dawn to listen respectfully to the practicing method. Under many people had a novel feeling, many people just became spirit ruins sanctuary disciple. Old person ancient well on cliff wall does not have the wave, his voice is tranquil, does not have any sentiment, but said was very careful, initially trod the issue his quilt cover flower dim sum that the immortal road person needs to pay attention. After 1 hour, passed on the law to finish, the old person on cliff wall unemotional looked downward, said, some questions can propose, if no issue, ended today. Several youngster quickly go forward, spoke the inquiry, the elder on cliff wall explained one by one, then saw no longer some people to ask, then controlled the god rainbow to soar to the heavens to go. Comes this to listen respectfully to the profound law for the first time, light, there is no novelty, this is Yi Fan and Pangbo felt, even feels somewhat tastelessly. These 2 months, under Mr. Wu Qingfeng professor, their foundations are solid, the issue that various types need to pay attention to has understood. Tao scripture outset chapter supports us to cultivate sufficiently for 2 years. These small profound laws are very senseless, the elderly man has directed. Do not aim too high, the elderly man has not urged, solid that the foundation must hit, he since stressed like this, making us come this to practice, naturally reasonable. In the following half a month, 2 people feel freely are very senseless, but insists this every day, finally will gradually discover the advantage. The biography law elder on cliff wall will speak some attainment and experience occasionally in practicing process, this was important. That cultivation course regarding the beginner, looks like a beacon light that shows the way, with own condition contrast, was not inspired difficultly, thus speeds up cultivating the speed. Morning of this day, the biography law elder on cliff wall opens the palm suddenly, immediately they have several 10 ray of light magnificent shoot, falls on Yi Fan and Pangbo and the others in the hands, every small jade bottle, very bright and clean, after opening, immediately spreads the fragrance that greets the nostrils intermittently. This helps you open the sea of bitterness solution. Passes on the words of law elder is still succinct, will not waste a character. Sea of bitterness and wheel of life coincide friendly, want magnanimous essence chi that releases wheel of life to contain, wants unceasing opening sea of bitterness. The solution in small jade bottle is precious, 3 months provide 1 time, everyone 1 year can only receive 4 bottles. Pangbo's sea of bitterness is changing throughout slowly, 3 months, have been opened the fingernail is so big from the date stone greatly, the surroundings are winding around faint trace life essence chi, the whole person was seemingly nimble and resourceful. Yi Fan also drank small bottle solution freely, but still has not changed, sea of bitterness is silent, is unable to open, is unable to activate, even if a sesame seed grain of big region, simply does not have a life essence chi circulation. However, since these days, his strength and speed are growing, in the body energy nearly billowing boiling, the vitality is especially exuberant, surging forward, simply can compare flood dragon shape. Midas cultivates slowly, although cannot cultivate, repair sea of bitterness temporarily, is unable to communicate wheel of life, but my body and spirit even more as strong at present, will always not be what misdemeanor. Right, I thought that you were like this fiercer than me, I am repairing sea of bitterness all day, has not seen the strength to grow, the speed increase, cannot use the profound law, really does not know that like this practice to be useful. Pangbo complained. Second day he could not bear, to passing on the law elder opens the mouth to consult under stone cliff, said, must practice like this, when can we control the god rainbow the line? Passed on the law elder to look at his 1 eyes lightly, said, food must eat one after another, the road must walk step by step, will not walk, wants to run, can only trip and fall. Passes on the law elder, although is blaming, but gave the explanation finally, mainly to hope to under everyone, said some following cultivation. When sea of bitterness is big enough, can conduct the next step cultivation. That opens a channel that in sea of bitterness goes non-stop to seabed wheel of life. Forms 1. Spring. The release the wheel of life divine force source. Has an achievement by that time. Can use the profound law initially. Is the divine ability method that you hope. Number 42. Falling head over heels. The time passes fast. Yifan and Pangbo came the Spirit Ruins Cliff research method over the past 4 months. To pass on the Law Elder to bestow the solution on this day again. Clear and bright and clean small jade bottle high is about 2 cons, 2.5 centimeters, the circular bottle bottom diameter is about 1 inch, inside solution is really limited. This type of solution becomes the aquamarine, special grass fragrance, to opening sea of bitterness has the extraordinary effect, can omit cultivator a lot of time and energy. It is said that this type of solution the essence that refines from 100 medicinal herbs, weights essence chi that if in human body wheel of life contains, is called all various grassy plants fluid. Brushes. The biography Law Elder on Stone Cliff turns into a streak of divine light, soars to the heavens to go, suddenly then vanishes in the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary deep place. Yifan and Pangbo put away jade bottle must depart, but a 15 or 16 years old youngster walked at this moment. Big thorn blocks their ways, said, taking advantage of 2 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. Then, puts out a hand then to grasp forward, does not give the opportunity that 2 people reject. Who you are, why to give you? Pangbo opens out his hand, stood there slantingly his eyes. Yifan saw that the surrounding person reveals one to fear intent, all goes to retreat, looked in again this youngster hand gripped 56 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids, immediately yes, this is taking by force and deceiving of not mincing matter. This 15 or 16 years old youngster opened out the right hand, then sinks at the scene the face, said, do you dare to stare to me? Pangbo and Yifan do not want to stir up trouble, after all here person is cultivator, they arrive at Spirit Ruins Sanctuary shortly, does not want to clash, immediately to retreat several steps, then wants to depart. Wants departure not making a sound, I to comply. This youngster sneers, holds the Pangbo's wrist skill. Another hand grasps to all various grassy plants fluid. Although Pangbo now does not have the Yifan strength to be big, but without compared with cultivate successfully profound method divine ability cultivator, may be called divine force sufficiently, washed one's hands to fling this youngster all of a sudden, making him staggering, nearly fall down. This 15 or 16 years old youngster became angry out of shame, called out, dares to begin to me, I must make your 3 months unable to get out of bed. At this moment, several 15 or 16 years old youngster crush into the crowd, the surrounding person reveals to fear intent immediately, avoids fast backward, as if knows these people. In their hands, all grabs 67 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids, snatches very much obviously from others there. These people fast encircle Yifan and Pangbo in middle, is sneered to say by the youngster who Pangbo opposes so as to injure somebody's reputation a moment ago, gives them a lesson, making their 3 months unable to get out of bed. Really the places of some people will have the gratitude and grudges, cultivator cannot be unconventional. Yifan said that these words then no longer said anything much, walks directly forward, a youngster just jumped up to come, was kicked aside by him. Pangbo also sneers saying, even the same side must rob, but also is really bold, does not give you a lesson, does not know that you will also make any wicked matter in the future. He starts to be heavier, is almost slap one, pulls out youngster completely flies, immediately turns into one piece to roll bottle gourd. Do you dare to hit me? That youngster cheeks that most starts to stir up trouble swelling, wicked is staring Yifan and Pangbo, crawled fast, turns around to run to the distant place, said, you are waiting. Cannot communicate the divine force source in wheel of life, cultivator is also more powerful than that's all the average man, but compared with Yifan and Pangbo, they looks like the average person general. At this moment, a distant place 14 or 15-year-old youngster said to 20-year-old youth, your younger brother is really a waste, making him think over in the past, finally lost face like this. 20-year-old youth hearing this are somewhat awkward, but is smaller than youngster to dread him to this age very much, the respectful and prudent color, asked, these 2 people seem like also know, is worth probing like this. Is my great uncle wants to probe, Heard that these two people eat, sneering that what divine medicine, 14 or 15-year-old youngster revealed to disdain, probably, said, otherwise, I simply have no interest in them. 20-year-old youth hears here to shiver immediately, he great uncle to youngster as if fears, said, even if has divine medicine, was eaten by these two, what your great uncle does he have to plan? My great uncle thought that there within the body should also survive very strong property. What a pity recently knows matter that these two, he is annoying. This, nearby youth feeling body sense coldly, hesitates uncertain asking, even if their bodies are also surviving the property, can extract inadequately. Cannot extract directly, won't let blood from them. The 14 or 15-year-old youngster smiles very gloomy and cold, does not tally with his age some, said, at the worst refine their bodies directly, I think that, my great uncle is this meaning. In nearby youth feeling heart braves cold air, that refined medicine old man is always cruel and merciless, as a spirit ruins sanctuary elder, without many people dares to provoke, that two youngster were treated as the medicinal herb to stare by him, is definitely hard to maintain a livelihood. The 14 or 15-year-old youngster seems like in the order is under common, said, you're that waste younger brother came, under you thought over in the past the two with him. How has a look at their physicals, being worth my great uncle bringing refined medicine? Good, I go immediately. Yi Fan and Pang Bo are low-key enough, but oneself stared, but they have not known now when squeezed out the crowd to be just about to depart, was blocked again. This is 20-year-old young men's, the body surface a little selects magnificent light to past, he some cultivates successfully profound methods, have obviously been able to display some divine ability. Elder brother, you must help my well lesson they. Youngster who stirred up trouble a moment ago, wicked is staring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, other surroundings several youngster saw the backer to come, berated loudly. Breaks their hands and feet, throws into the front lotus pond to feed the fish. Makes their two people kneel to knock 1,000 knocks. ... Several youngster clamored unceasingly, relied upon the backer here, shamed and curses to Yi Fan and Pang Bo unceasingly. Yi Fan frowned at that time, he naturally cannot take offense because of several youngster, he thought the matter is somewhat unusual, some probably people are aiming at them intentionally. Why do you two beat mercilessly my younger brother? The young man's surface sinks the water, is watching intently Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Did your witch I see me to beat mercilessly him? Pang Bo set up the eyebrow at that time, does not have the means to endure matter to the present again, even if lowers the head to recognize instigated, the opposite party will still tidy up them ruthlessly, he naturally saw that the opposite party is finding the excuse. How do you actually want? Yi Fan asked directly. You beat mercilessly my younger brother, I naturally must vent anger for him. The youth sneer to make noise, compels step by step forward. This moment surrounding gathered many people, all in distant waiting and seeing, no one dares to go forward to advise. Shortly after disciple under this cliff almost just crossed the threshold, may the circulation brilliance youth have to fear intent to this body at present. Breaks their both legs, making them kneel there. Throws into the lake to feed the fish. That several youngster clamored again. Brushes. Magnificent light flashes. This youth such as the ghosts and demons throw to come generally, to peek, the palm refers to quickly clear like the jade, such as the blade cuts generally to the Yi Fan's neck. He has not used the full power, in his opinion this one blow palm blade chops to turn Yi Fan sufficiently, making him fall to the ground softly. However what makes him not think? Yi Fan responded rapidly, the side drew back 2 steps, very natural hid, moreover searched hand unexpectedly, bang, held his palm. Let's go. Although the youth are somewhat surprised, but does not think that Yi Fan can become the threat to other party, wants to make an effort to fling to fly Yi Fan. However the matter is not as he expected, he pointed at seems like the pliers to grip generally, the severe pain was incomparable, was hard to throw away radically. Bang! At this moment, nearby Pang Bo began, a fist pounded the opposite party ruthlessly after conducts the back, big of strength makes one be flabbergasted, this youth body severe tremor, corners of the mouth overflow faint trace bloodstain. But after Yi Fan holds that palm, probably brandish the scarecrow general, brandish the opposite party fiercely, then numerous pounding on the ground. Bang! The mist and dust to clashes. The ground shivered immediately layer on layer, heavily. The point brilliance of this youth body surface all diverges immediately. He called out pitifully, in the mouth spat several big blood again and again outward, body twitched. The surrounding person dumbfounded completely, has not thought, unexpectedly as ye fan this youth knocks down, moreover is so neat. It is not this youth does not have the strength, after all has amended some profound laws, but he does not have the opportunity to display. Now the Yi Fan single arm can easily hold up several thousand jin, 0.5 kilograms, giant stone, can say that has the strength of flood dragon shape, the so great strength, is the general divine ability profound method is not necessarily able to resist. As you finds fault and stirs up trouble obviously, we are self-defense that's all, finally unexpectedly also the face said we beat mercilessly you. Good, now makes it be worthy of the reputation simply. Pangbo is angry, rushes over fast, that several youngster want to run, but the actually surrounded crowd blocks, simply does not have the means to withdraw fast. Bang, and, bang, and, bang. Pangbo take action, foot, tread these people again and again, then according to starts to brandish the big palm of the hand on the ground, flip-flop keeps ringing. Your how many did say what a moment ago? Breaks our hands and feet, throws into the front lotus pond to feed the fish. What added that making us kneel to knock 1,000 knocks, you're several tired of living. Pangbo one pulls out ruthlessly, flings big slap crazily, grounds several people of black and blue of hitting, like pig general, pitiful yell again and again. Bird wool divine ability has not repaired, wants to work as the feudal bully to bully the person, your several really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today well is not good to teach your, really thinks that you were a mortal being. Pangbo stands up, the both feet tramples crazily, grounds several people unceasing shouted miserably. Pangbo actually felt refreshing, more hit is more comfortable. Said why can aim at both of us. Another side Yi Fan has not been idling, the underfoot kicks fiercely, that youth rolled on the ground rolled, whole body convulsion, corners of the mouth overflowing blood. Words that did not speak, I throw into the front pond you, coming to fall head over heels. Yi Fan is to make an effort to kick, his strength is how tremendous, kicks this youth at the scene, horizontally 89 meters away. Pangbo hears here, on the face shines immediately, said, great idea. Then, his squatting lower part of the body, raised 56 youth by the great strength, walked toward the front that lotus pond. Does not want, puts down as quickly. Help, killed people. Asked you to put down as quickly. Regarding this, Pangbo does not pay attention, raise them one by one, the violent force through toward the lotus pond. Inside has many silt, under the Pangbo's great strength concentrates on, these people of entire thickness and sizes put one's foot down on, inverts among the silt. Do not make one life, the Yi Fan reminder to say. Doesn't matter, how these wastes said also already tread above the immortal road, although did not have cultivate successfully profound method divine ability, but physique compared with average person on many, at least can obturation 1 hour. You said that did not say, you also do want to come to fall head over heels. Yi Fan kicks the youth of ground again. The Pangbo stride walked, said, falls head over heels directly, rubbish with him, looked that he finally did say. Yi Fan sees the opposite party still not to relent, no longer said anything, raised his violent force to throw forward. The surrounding people are simply dumbfounded, is this how big divine force? Also is 40 to 50 meters away from the lotus pond fully, Yi Fan looks like throws the lance general, through a big living person. Pooh, in fact, this youth really such as the lance is also common, straight inverting enters in the silt, the big half body did not have completely, leaves behind a pair of calves still to struggle and kick outside. Anomaly, monster where comes, seemingly delicate gentle, will the 11 or 12-year-old appearance, how have this great strength? ... The surrounding person stares dumbfounded, later incessantly discussing, but the people all felt that quite venting, just now these person of arrogant, this, should so teach. Suddenly, the crowd of distant place separates fast, what some fearing was several person shunts the path. A 14 or 15-year-old youngster, facial color gloomy like water, slowly walks to here, follows several 23 or 24-year-old youth in his side. The body surface has the magnificent light circulation. This is the elder Han young grandson, named Han Feiyu. His great-uncle is also an elder, it is said is refined medicine expert. Keeps silent, do not discuss him, be careful careless talk makes trouble. 14 or 15-year-old youngster Han Feiyu is gloomy the face to arrive at the near slowly, opens the mouth to say to Yi Fan and Peng Bo, "You where, when spirit ruins sanctuary is, commits murder in the presence of everyone, stopping at nothing, really works as is the law enforcement elder." Yi Fan and Peng Bo have not paid attention to him, nearly in disregarding, turns around to look to the lotus pond. The Han Feiyu complexion was cloudier immediately, to for humanity, do not let them obstruct my eye again. Yi Fan hearing this turns around, said, tone is but actually big, it seems like it is you have pulled strings in the back, there is no words to say, now heavenly general you also fall head over heels. Han Feiyu hearing this both eyes project too cold light, talked to oneself by the slightly inaudible sound, it seems like can only deliver two corpses to the great uncle. Number 43, Divine Marks. The Han Feiyu facial color is gloomy, in the eye projects too cold light, the corners of the mouth reveals one to sneer, probably gives up on the person to stare at Yi Fan and Peng Bo generally, no longer spoke. The after four youth of his side hear nearly the words of order, walks together forward, on the face all has the happy expression of ridicule, slowly encircles Yi Fan and Peng Bo in middle. One of them lowers the sound, does not seem to want surrounding to hear, said, does not know that the immensity of heaven and earth thing, cannot offend in some spirit ruins sanctuary people, depended on you two also to dare to say these words, acted recklessly. Sighed, another young man closes on forward several steps, sneers wear a look, ridicules saying, really is extraordinary, just crossed the threshold shortly, is so imposing, really does not know how the dead characters write. However I estimate you two unable dead, what because dying is more painful than as endures hardships exactly, does not suffer greatly to die is not easy. Actually, has means to make you two be short is selected the crime. At this time the person opened the mouth, the speech was very optional, as if present two people or two grasshopper that's all, can pinch conveniently, satirized, you can break your both legs, kneels to beg for mercy, then crawls to the lotus pond, oneself invert in the silt, comes to fall head over heels. If you, direct kill to consider as finished, so as to avoid suffers hardship exactly. These four people are all very optional, not looks at Yi Fan and Peng Bo in the eye, is the ridicule also satirizes, stands in four positions, not to the opportunity that two people run away. Yi Fan and Peng Bo never are the lords of swallowing an insult, these four people of words really went too far, but they actually do not lose one's temper, two people are careless, unflustered replying. These four silly 13 NY. I estimated just went out was not clamp the head by the shutter carefully flatly, otherwise how all silly squish appearance, read to keep their broken. There too resemble the outsider to be common, careless that said that probably stays out to watch the fun, and often speaking thoughtlessly review too. This makes nearby four youth infuriated immediately, by them is thought the grasshopper two youngster do not dread unexpectedly, such a stance, muddy has not placed in them the eye, the mouth damages to be sinister, making their anger up well, at that time got down the face on sinking, was also hard to maintain the happy expression of that ridicule again. Acts recklessly, person of coldly shouted, but has not actually rushed goes, they have noticed these two strength are not general big, does not think falling miserably in a very easy task. There a little selects the brilliance to ripple under his navel, seems like iron chain to run out like wave divine marks generally, fast curls toward Yi Fan and Peng Bo. Divine marks that runs out of sea of bitterness. Passed on the law elder saying that when cultivated slightly became, can use the profound law, this was expert. The surrounded person sends out one piece to call out in alarm, here most people were just basic disciple, rarely saw that some people display profound law divine ability, all shows the tense look to watch. Yi Fan and Peng Bo speed is fast, dodges respectively to both sides, that say way is scratching their bodies like the iron chain light mark, but quick transfers, to continue shackles to two people. They with can use the profound law cultivator to begin for the first time, does not know how that say, way the divine marks might that runs out of sea of bitterness, does not dare easily to touch, two people avoid again. However this Tao spirit mark is closely associated, is unable to get rid, the ray is shining, has the sense of reality of metal, is seemingly sparkling, fast winding. Bang! Ye fan a side giant stone will hold up suddenly, welcomes to divine marks that dive comes, both hit in the same place have a loud sound immediately, in this has in 1000 jin, 0.5 kilograms, big blue stone to present a very deep trace fully, general that such as the blade axe leaves behind. This let Yi Fan and Peng Bo change the color simultaneously, can use the profound law cultivator to be really fierce, if were the mortal is unable with it contending. Quote, that say, way like iron chain divine marks, although leaves behind a very deep mark in the big blue stone, but actually also exhausted the strength probably, the ray was gloomier, turns into together phantom, two clashes in sea of bitterness of that youth fast, his body shakes, to retreat 2 steps. The strengths of these two grasshoppers also are really not general big, is more careful, if got a cut by them, that may really be disgraced. Among 4 youth people lower the sound to say like this. And. Several light sounds transmit, 4 different color magnificent light bloom in sea of bitterness of 4 youth, 4 like iron chain divine marks from 4 directions toward Yi Fan and Peng Bo. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Peng Bo also launch the swift and fierce counterattack. Nearby stone cliff most does not lack as the rock. 1000 jin, 0.5 kilograms, giant stone was shot by them. 4 Tao spirit marks shiver again and again. Bang bang bang. Yi Fan and Peng Bo divine force is astonishing. Giant stones fly unceasingly, charges into divine marks in midair one after another. Meanwhile many big blue stones fall to that 4 youth. 4 young cultivator of acquiring understanding of esoteric teachings law is thrown into confusion initially immediately, although they cultivated faint trace divine force, can condense iron chain divine marks, but control the speed of divine marks flight to be not very quick, is unable to avoid the giant stone fast, cannot kill the opposite party effectively. After sea of bitterness cultivates point divine force, although their physicals obtain the enormous promotion, but if single Ruo discuss the words of strength unable compared with Yi Fan and Peng Bo, this moment or 1000 jin, 0.5 kilograms giant stone to pound unceasingly, they can only avoid. The giant stone dances in the air, 4 youth cultivator were not only prevented, but also unceasing retreat, is very much afraid by that 1000 honored giant stone is smashed. Brushes. At this moment, Yi Fan flushes away suddenly forward, the speed is extremely fast, is leaving behind together light after images same place. Bang! The next flash he appears in a young cultivator's near, a simple and direct fist, numerous striking in the oronasals of opposite party, making this cultivator fly at the scene horizontally. This is one blow has the aesthetic sense, to have both a powerful feeling fist simultaneously. The Yi Fan very elegant stretch body, the right arm wields, Taoist magic nature light and lively, has the aesthetic sense, after the fist wields, is actually such violence, flies to be more than 10 meters away that youth pounds horizontally fully. Can clear seeing, one string of blood splashes spout from that cultivator's oronasals, the blood splash has delimited several meters away in the sky, forms a blood color arc, simultaneously 78 teeth follow to depart, crash in the ground. Another side, Peng Bo cannot repress, initiates an attack, the speed is extremely fast, with a giant stone racket ruthlessly on another cultivator's body, then has the bone fracture sound to spread at the scene, that person crooked flew, crashes on the ground. Bang, bang, also is 2 hitting hard sounds, the remaining 2 people also take down by Yi Fan and Peng Bo in the place. What they performs in this moment is the violent aesthetics, the fist seems like the iron hammer to spurt the blood the big mouth that the 2 pound generally. At this moment, 4 Tao spirit mark magnificent light or gloomy, submerges in 4 people of sea of bitterness fast. Yi Fan and Peng Bo 4 weak on ground cultivator put together abreast in row, then stands there as overlooking them. What your several said a moment ago, said that our 2 do not know the immensity of heaven and earth, does not know the life, now I want to ask, you do know. At this point, Pang Bo comes up as 4 feet, the kicked 4 portraits are to roll the rubber ball or ordinary. When our 2 are the grasshoppers, how wants to pinch how to pinch. Added that makes us break own both legs, kneels to beg for mercy, then crawls to the lotus pond, oneself invert in the silt. Added that must make us live to might as well die, suffers greatly to perish, really boasts shamelessly. Bang bang bang. Yi Fan and Pang Bo dislike the extreme about these 4 people, no point pities, is not forgiving, kick and tramples, probably is stepping on the stinking insect general, 4 people tidying up like 4 piles of mud generally weak there. Sufficed. At this moment, continuously Han Feiyu that watches in the distant place indifferently, in eye ice cold incomparable, the complexion sinks the quick drop water leakage came. Pang Bo slanting his eyes, said, did you say enough enough? You as a wool. Let's loose them. The Han Feiyu sound is cold, lets the surrounding people such as the falling ice house, although he seems like the 14 or 15-year-old appearance, but the manner makings does not tally with his age, was too gloomy. Why to listen your? Pang Bo is not convinced. Disregards him as for Yi Fan, the careless squatting lower part of the body, raised 2 people from the ground, then stretched the body, was light and lively and has the aesthetic sense wielding arm. 2 persons' shadows such as 2 lances have delimited the mid-air immediately generally, flies fast to 14 to 15 meters away, among the silt in straight insertion lotus pond, 2 long-barreled guns submerged probably, as only left over 2 pairs of soles also outside the silt. You court death. Han Feiyu shows very angry look finally, the whole body is cold, brings cold air, compels forward. Yi Fan does not pay attention to him, raise the other 2, shot again, poo-poo, 2 light sounds, 2 fell head over heels, in the silt of straight insertion distant place. The surrounding people stare dumbfounded, this result really makes one shock speechless with. Quote, under the navel of Han Feiyu, the ray blooms, is brilliant and dazzling, is together square, insufficient inch devil wood seal to run out of sea of bitterness, is pasting aquamarine magnificent light, the fast enlargement, has Pang Bo to press toward Yi Fan. The surrounding people send out immediately call out in alarm intermittently, this is a side solid azure wood seal, but is not faint trace divine force in sea of bitterness, for Tao spirit marks cannot compare. After the azure wood seal runs out of sea of bitterness, passes the faint trace cyanogen, passes sends out a serious pressure. Number 44. Immortal seedling. Yi Fan and Pang Bo want to move aside without enough time, this azure wood in India, Belgium these divine marks quick were too many, but instantaneously, covers in their top of the heads directly. When the square azure wood seal just ran out insufficient inch, but has turned into the house in an instant like that big or small, fills the air in its periphery cyanogen, probably the fog is surging. Under the greatest pressure covers, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt like have a mountain to descend, exhausted ability the resistance. Bang! 2 people make an effort to pick up by both hands upwardly, want to fall the pressure, but below azure wood seal raises flies, but does not want to step on instantaneously cracks the ground, the both feet undercuts to the place, it can be imagined bore how tremendous pressure. Bang! The azure wood seal vibration, the endless azure mist fills the air, it increases again, probably a palace is so high, downward landing. Even if 10,000 jin, 0.5 kilograms, giant stone, had been raised flew, this is what ghost thing, like this to be how heavy. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt that the both arms are getting more and more heavy, later their under feet sink, below the knees submerges completely underground, the ground cracks big cracks. You do not like falling head over heels, now I plant person to set up you exactly. Han Feiyu walks forward. The sneering sound makes people feel that sense coldly. Bang! The azure wood seal vibrates again, the hazy cyanogen surges, probably light smoke covers in the surroundings generally, Yi Fan and Pang Bo the pressure increases immediately, the body sinks again, this both legs sink completely underground, only upper part also in ground. This way was not pressed the meat sauce is not possible. Yi Fan feels wonderfully, did not say to Pang Bo in a soft voice. Relax, will not make. Han Feiyu that you easily died, sneer, does not need to want also to know, he wants to suffer 2 people. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt that the both arms somewhat tingle with numbness. This way is definitely incapable of resisting, must be extruded into underground. Yi Fan hints to Pang Bo, making him let go, extricates rush out. Pang Bo shakes the head, after he fears lets go, a Yi Fan person cannot support, was pressed meat paste. Did not have the time, did not have other to choose. Yi Fan to clench teeth to put out these characters, the above pressure was too big, even if were he has the strength of flood dragon shape, cannot long-term support. The Pang Bo deep bright present situation, must a rush out person solve Han Feiyu, otherwise simply does not have the way out this way. The person who leaves behind will perhaps be on the brink of the hopeless situation. Two people support the Azure Wood Seal to have enough to do, if we're only left over one person more dangerous. Without other choice, must leave behind a person to support the Azure Wood Seal. Pang Bo is not an indecisive person, when breaks, then breaks, no longer delays, loosens both hands, makes an effort to press in the ground, draws out the lower half body. Bang! The Azure Wood Seal vibration, passes the light green light, the tremendous pressure made the Yi Fan's both arms vibrate, he sank again, below the chest submerged completely underground, Azure Wood Seal from ground already less than 1 meter high. Pang Bo is greatly anxious, the cold sweat braved at that time, he seemed like an arrow feather to clash generally, speed quickly to peak. Bang! The green light twinkle, the Azure Wood Seal shakes, in Pang Bo rush out instantly, the great seal direct pressure falls the ground, grinding of Yi Fan right in the face coping into underground. The Pang Bo heart and gall is all cold, the whole person to peak, insane rushed over quickly generally, in an instant grasped Han Feiyu, both hands seem like two pliers to make an effort to tear generally. Han Feiyu has not thought, two people who him was suppressed cannot move by, unexpectedly will run out of one, falls down him instantaneously, such as the hungry wolf tears on him generally. Bang bang bang, Pang Bo rides on the body of Han Feiyu, probably beats a drum general, wields the fist to hit hard unceasingly downward. The surrounded person is surprised, has not thought that Pang Bo can clash. Although Han Feiyu does not have the Pang Bo strength to be big, but cultivated the faint trace divine force source after all, can transfer whole body essence chi, the body surface is covered by a god's splendor immediately. Although the Pang Bo's fist pounded layer on layer, heavily, but not excessive injury but makes his corners of the mouth overflow bloodstain that's all. However even so, Han Feiyu also red eye, how could he eats has owed like this greatly, immediately the violent force makes, among sea of bitterness blooms immediately piece of magnificent light, raised to fly Pang Bo. Then, several iron chain divine marks project from sea of bitterness, the light is shining and sparkling, strangles to death to go to Pang Bo. Pang Bo quickly moves aside, holds up a giant stone to block, then pounded ruthlessly. I must tear into shreds you. The Han Feiyu look is gloomy, counts the Tao spirit mark to wind around in his outside the body, probably lightnings are then ordinary, shoot at Pang Bo. Bang! In this moment, that pressure falls on Azure Wood great seal of ground rises straight from the ground suddenly, Yi Fan both hands lifted it from underground to clash, made an effort to pound to Han Feiyu, the green light sparkle, the azure mist was hazy, probably small mountain-like pounded. Has not been able to keep one eye on by Han Feiyu cultivation base, is unable to control the Azure Wood Seal and Divine Marks simultaneously, just now he and Pang Bo battle season Yi Fan has the opportunity, extricated. The Yi Fan body like the lightning, leaves behind Taoist priest long afterimages, follows closely the Azure Wood Seal to rush over. When the Azure Wood Seal tail dive returns, Han Feiyu change the color, quickly stops attacking to Pang Bo's, takes back divine marks, wants to control the Azure Wood Seal to strike to kill two people. The Yi Fan's speed was too but fast, almost also arrives with the Azure Wood Seal. Just controlled the Azure Wood Seal in Han Feiyu, when it stopped, Yi Fan rushes to the near, the right leg swept away, flies high foot heavy important location to kick on the face of Han Feiyu. The blood splash, the Han Feiyu mouth and nose spurts the blood, flies at the scene horizontally 20 meters away. The Azure Wood Seal loses the control, crashes on the ground layer on layer, heavily. Yi Fan has not stopped, the body turned into a ray of light probably, pursued directly, in Han Feiyu has not descended to the place in front, arrived at present, in the air foot numerous trod him. Such a rudely foot, making the surrounding person look in the eye follows to tremble, the ground shook violently, the body of Han Feiyu is almost stepped on succeeds in giving up 2 sections. Almost at the same time, Pangbo also rushed at present, lifts the foot to trample fiercely, treads layer on layer, heavily on the lower abdomen of Han Feiyu. Attacks his head, do not let his centralized spirit. Yi Fan drinks slowly. Pangbo understands instantaneously, cannot make Han Feiyu focus on controlling that side Mayan, otherwise 2 people can also be dangerous. Bang bang bang. These 2 have the great strength. Each foot can kick 1000 jin, 0.5 kilograms, giant stone, numerous stepping in Han Feiyu, even the ground follow to shiver again and again. If not, Han Feiyu Sea of Bitterness has the magnificent light circulation unceasingly, protects outside his body surface, perhaps at this moment he had been trod meat paste by 2 people while still alive. The surrounding person is dumbfounded, originally suppressed 2 people have been on the brink of the hopeless situation, but passes through finally unexpectedly turns around the situation, presses Han Feiyu to beat savagely, this really makes people feel inconceivable. Unexpectedly wants to suffer our 2, is so sinister and ruthless in this ages, after long and tell, has not known that wants how evil and cruel, is inferior to stamp you now directly. Although words saying like this, but 2 people do not want to end with loss of life, the words matter of such words was too big. However, they do not want to let off Han Feiyu like this, the underfoot catch up, shakes magnificent light of its body surface is getting more and more gloomy. Han Feiyu wants to control the azure wood seal, but ends in failure each time, azure wood prints several times to fly, crash in the place several times layer on layer, heavily. He is stepped on now quickly ignorant, is hard to be centralize the spirit. Was incapable to the Han Feiyu successor finally, person who Sea of Bitterness cannot the circulation lost splendor, have divine force by 2 again repetitive tumbling that steps on, pitiful yell again and again. Opens Sea of Bitterness, cultivates the faint trace divine force source, thinks oneself were expert, wants to kill us, you were unqualified. Are not resentment does not have the enmity, why do you aim at us? Small age, thoughts rather too evil and cruel, unexpectedly suffers us. Yi Fan and Pangbo take action as relentless, for fear that Han Feiyu is camouflaging, the next heavy hand, quick makes his cheeks swelling unceasingly, the tears tears long clasp flow, the mouth and nose spurts the blood, likely pig general that the head swells. Although Han Feiyu could not endure this severe pain, called out pitifully unceasingly, but eyes still made a determined effort as looking at 2 people, was full of the hatred. This boy looks like also is really a mean role, I thought it is necessary to solve him. Like this in view of us, but also bears a grudge like this, the words that does not solve truly is a trouble. Here's there to discuss in a low voice, Han Feiyu was afraid finally, called out loudly, do not kill me, seems like, for around letting everyone hears, his voice is loud. Afterward, he also said in a low voice, do not kill me, my great uncle is the spirit ruins sanctuary elder, if you killed me, you could not live. Yi Fan and Pangbo frown immediately, they felt that the matter is somewhat troublesome. Enmity has had, could not untie in any case. Han Feiyu heard 2 people to say like this, immediately was daunted, said, do not kill me, this enmity is not anything, I later will not ask you to trouble. Yi Fan and Pangbo looked at one mutually, at present is really not good to kill him in the presence of everyone, otherwise facing an anger of elder, there's certain death without doubt. Finally, Yi Fan carries near him the lotus pond, pours to raise his both legs, wants to throw him. You, Han Feiyu both eyes spit fire, if 2 people really fall head over heels him, that will lose completely the face countenance, had no way lifts head to come in spirit ruins sanctuary. Brushes, brushes, the ray flashes before, on the cliff of not far away has 2 streaks of divine light to fly, descends near the lotus pond. Surrounded people immediately retreat, this absolutely is expert, can control the god rainbow the line, Sea of Bitterness decides however as divine spring gurgling, has communicated wheel of life absolutely, the release the divine force source. Li Fei senior brother, Wang Jing senior sister, sees these 2 to descend, Han Feiyu called out immediately, is today you are responsible for enforcing the law to go on patrol. Takes these two quickly, they want to kill me. This a man and a woman ages can have 27 or 28-year-old, male elegance, female transcend worldly affairs, although is not how handsome and beautiful, but actually gives people immortal Dao aura. Li Fei swept his one eyes lightly, said, just now matter we saw, as you stirs up trouble before, mistakenly not in them. You, Han Feiyu startled in anger, but actually does not dare to get angry to these two people. Wang Jing forwarded several steps, said to Yi Fan, although he has the mistake in first, but has suffered loss, puts him. Yi Fan sees two people not to shield the meaning of Han Feiyu, immediately is not good to refute their faces, threw Han Feiyu on the shore of Lotus Pond. Han Feiyu stands up, eyes spit fire, wicked as staring at Peng Bo and Yi Fan, simultaneously very discontented looked at Li Fei and Wang Jing, sends out numerous cold snort must turn around to depart. Li Fei stopped by calling out him in behind, said, Junior brother Han, I urge from now on do not make the crude matter to come. Peng Bo is officially determined by the Wu Qingfeng elder for the immortal seedling now, if you want to act unreasonably to be careful your great uncle unable to guarantee you. What? Han Feiyu turns around immediately, the whole face surprised look, said, is he immortal seedling? Good, precisely immortal seedling. General disciple does not know that the immortal seedling is representing anything, but Han Feiyu is a young grandson of elder, how can not be clear? Any sanctuary and blessed land will treat as the treasure to nurse the immortal seedling, because this is sanctuary and blessed land the powerful basis will be in the future. Usually, consumes for 10 years 8 years seeks full power, is hard to seek an immortal seedling, it can be imagined this suiting immortal cultivator physique has how scarcely, once will seek then to treat as sect's successor to train. Now the immortal seedling of Spirit Ruins Sanctuary will not surpass the number of 5 fingers absolutely. The look that, how possibly, the Han Feiyu whole face does not believe that said, since is the immortal seedling, why can also arrive at the Spirit Ruins cliff to come the research method? That is because the Wu Qingfeng elder does not want to make him feel itself to be special, superiorly in others. In fact, the Wu Qingfeng elder has taught him several months ago personally, moreover Tao scripture, hands down from generation to generation. Wang Jing answered his issue. When hears the Wu Qingfeng elder to hand down Tao scripture personally, Han Feiyu the complexion is pale immediately, he knows that the opposite party definitely was the immortal seedling without doubt. Li Fei then said, the Wu Qingfeng elder has paid attention to them very much, the matter that just now has looks exactly in the eye, therefore thought that some necessities announced Peng Bo as the fact of immortal seedling, will look at you from now on do not handle affairs crudely. The Han Feiyu facial color is difficult to see the extreme, flings the robe sleeve, turns around to walk. Peng Bo is lost in thought that must walk until Han Feiyu, he thinks sobered up, the look is strange, asked to Li Fei and Wang Jing, then, won't I need scruples him from now on? Wang Jing thinks that he in the anxiety and fear, comforts, don't worry, do not say that he is a grandson of elder, how is the descendants of leader does not dare to take you? Like this I felt relieved, at this point, he pursues with stride forward, where was afraid and worried, clearly wants to continue to beat savagely opposite party. This makes Li Fei and Wang Jing immediately one dull, really does not know that said was assorted good. The Han Feiyu complexion changes suddenly, feeling like a dead child to be generally uncomfortable, is suppressing the anger, squeezed out the crowd to vanish fast does not see. Number 45, all various grassy plants fluid. Yi Fan and Peng Bo forcing Han Feiyu, is startled to place chin, in people opinion these two 11 or 12-year-old youngster aggressive, in a complete mess, has not repaired the divine force source obviously, actually projects on descendants of elder dumbstruck, was nearly abandoned, making many people who on the scene surround stare dumbfounded. These two were too aggressive. Will the 11 or 12-year-old age, how have such divine force? Bare-handed opposes the enemy, forcing Han Feiyu, shakes azure wood treasure seal that Elder Han bestows flies, really makes people feel inconceivable. Surrounding people incessantly discussing. At this moment, even if was under other cliffs these crosses the threshold to be early, Cultivation base profound disciple also to notice here situation. Knew after elder Han grandson Han Feiyu was beaten savagely, in an uproar. That two youngster look very delicate, so to be how valiant, is really the person may not the facial expression. Yi Fan and Peng Bo have been very low-key, but now actually becomes a focus of attention. After these disciple under other cliffs hear the situation, in circles to hear, wants to see these two fierce people. What, that is Peng Bo the immortal seedling. The person knew in the presence of everyone after this news, all shows the surprised look, crosses the threshold early disciple to understand that the immortal seedling means anything, that will be spirit ruin's sanctuary future successor and hope, might lead sect to move toward magnificent man of the hour. As the immortal seedling, no wonder like this is unexpectedly supernaturally brave, carries different reports. Han Feiyu this time kicks the sheet iron, in the future wants to retaliate is not good, this tone he can only swallow dry, does. Now, when the people look again to Peng Bo the look is complex, in the heart could not say as what taste, many people made the decision quickly, later must be on good terms with Peng Bo. At this moment, Yi Fan and Peng Bo have not been idling, does not care at all the visions of surrounding people, picks up ground small jade bottle one by one, has 30 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. Most starts several youngster who pick a quarrel disputes by Yi Fan and Peng Bo inverts into the silt, all various grassy plants fluid that several youngster snatch was all remained. Just basic disciple can receive 1 bottle of all various grassy plants fluids every 3 months. It can be imagined it was precious. At present 2 people obtain 30 bottles all of a sudden, immediately made surrounding person 1 be jealous. That several fellow who cultivates divine marks, things should better too. Yi Fan and Peng Bo are dissatisfied, look at insert several youth in silt, these people cultivated faint trace divine force, nourish in sea of bitterness had left a Tao spirit mark, cultivation base was higher than ordinary disciple 1 section. Definitely compared that several youngster, abundantly. 2 people looked at one mutually, starts pull Kong, entrained the bog 5 youth, upturns to look in their bodies one by one. How everyone only has several bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. Yi Fan and Peng Bo search for several people of whole bodies, discovers on everyone many that only then 5 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids, had not obtained a moment ago. Their dissatisfied manners, this makes the surrounding person feeling quite speechless immediately. Today various cliffs all provide all various grassy plants fluid, according to the cultivation base height is different, all various grassy plants fluid quantity of receiving naturally also differently, these youth each people received 5 bottles to calculate well. Li Fei and Wang Jing have not left, looks at all these in the eye, 2 people look at each other in blank dismay, really does not know that said what was good. Has not seen such alternative junior brother. At this moment, several youth such as the mud general paralysis on the ground, still does not have the strength to crawl. Yi Fan and Peng Bo plunder them, looked at one mutually, then unusual unscrupulous throws into them the lotus pond again, but these has not fallen head over heels time, feared that the time grew ended with loss of life. Afterward, they also pulled out that several youngster, throws in the muddy water conveniently. Finally, before Yi Fan and Peng Bo go to that side azure wood treasure seal, is testing to thrust pushing, feels extremely heavily, even if can hold up, cannot be used to oppose the enemy, after trampling 2 feet, swaggers away. People is in a daze, these 2 look like the locust simply, under big crowd of people, the face unhurried heart does not jump, plunders some people, unexpectedly also wants to move out the azure wood seal. Li Fei senior brother, Wang Jing senior sister, many thanks. After Yi Fan and Peng Bo squeeze out the crowd, shouts in the distant place loudly, then goes far away fast. The Han Feiyu complexion is pale, in the heart chokes with rage, even azure wood treasure seal has not received, walks toward mountain valley of spirit ruins sanctuary deep place directly. The valley land is open, everywhere is medicine field, planted the strange flower different grass. The medicine greeted the nostrils completely fragrant, the spiritual energy was dense. Full valley are the rare and precious medicinal herb, when without other vegetation, various spiritual medicine growth the medicine fragrance and vegetation essence that overflows, making here almost a spirit valley. Some medicine children on the road salute to Han Feiyu, but he pays no attention. Before being cloudy, the face is arriving at Mountain Valley Deep Place Immortal Residence directly. Here medicine fragrance is richer, is placing 18.5% of high medicine cauldrons before Immortal Residence abreast in row. Does not know that is what metal refinement, is seemingly plain and heavy. How feather do you make into this appearance? A Immortal Residence Deep Place old voice asked like this. The person has not walked, but actually can definitely the sensation arrive at outside all probably. Among the two people have one is the immortal seedling. Han Feijun outside Immortal Residence, clenches jaws, reported the transparent process to his great uncle in detail. If the date and time knows sooner, these two have eaten divine medicine, only need make them emit some blood to be enough. What a pity, the news that I obtain is too late, now somewhat troubles. Said, Elder Han in Immortal Residence silent opened the mouth to say for a long time again, that immortal seedling, do not provoke him, as for another, first waits to look. Great uncle's meaning is, Han Feiyu in the eyes projects too severe glow immediately. I meant, you now anything do not do, first cultivation well. Said after these words, in Immortal Residence is noteless, quiet. Yes, Han Feiyu is unwilling, but actually does not dare to disobey Elder Han. He salutes to Immortal Residence, then turns around to depart. Yi Fan and Peng Bo return to the residence. Two people start to take inventory the spoils of war. Altogether harvested 66 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids, can be called absolutely as an unexpected wealth. What is surnamed Han is really a good person, two people all commended like this. Yi Fan and Peng Bo manipulate these small jade bottle, slowly tranquil, although they defeat today Han Feiyu and the others, but actually had the intense sense of crisis. The physical body is merely tyrannical, has the strength of flood dragon shape, could dominate in the mortal person, but who facing cultivating faint trace divine force, can show the profound law masterstroke divine skill, lacks the change eventually, is hard to be a worthy opponent. At present needs painstaking cultivation, opens sea of bitterness, communicates wheel of life, lets divine spring gurgling, but flows only then the divine force source can use for oneself, can grow stronger truly, that is cultivator's basic is. After having such sense of crisis, two people earnestly hope to grow stronger, practices diligently. In 2 days, Peng Bo drinks the next 6 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids continuously. Coordinated Tao scripture records the profound law cultivation that sea of bitterness finally big. But after, under drinking 7th bottle of all various grassy plants fluids, he does not feel immediately wonderfully, in sea of bitterness essence chi to clashes randomly, such as the needle grips the general severe pain. Went bad, haste brings no success, passed on the law elder saying that just basic disciple could not bear too many all various grassy plants fluid impact. Sends 1 bottle every 3 months, really makes sense. Peng Bo to be sweating profusely, with hardship support. I find the person, Yi Fan must push the door. Does not use, I can clench teeth very to pass. Peng Bo insisted that does not let find the person, he supported the big half-day painstakingly, the pain eliminates slowly, the forced smile said, it seems like, the food can only eat one after another, the road can only walk step by step. The general disciple 3 months drink 1 bottle, my immortal seedling 2 days drank 67 bottles, are heaven-defying. At this point, Peng Bo reveals the extraordinary color, said, you also drank 67 bottles, the feeling of does not have any pain, instead essence, chi and spirit is how getting more and more full, how is this can the matter, sea of bitterness not have mighty waves. Yi Fan shakes the head, his wheel of life and sea of bitterness still a dreariness, without the fluctuation, cultivates, Tao scripture only advantage slightly is to let his energetic air chi is getting more and more abundant. He 67 bottles of differences not to have, it seems like also in the tolerance range, Yi Fan Yu continues the increment, perhaps will produce any strange results. That how line, my physique drinks much all various grassy plants fluids also to waste, so might as well leaves you to make the breakthrough to use with it, divine spring gurgling will soon flow, achieves higher realm. Relax, since they me determined that for the immortal seedling, must certainly have this type of all various grassy plants fluid. Mr. Wu Qingfeng had once said more than once, the state of mind is very important. He clearly knows perfectly well the Tao self-potential, but actually does not want to make me have the superiority feeling, delivers to the spirit ruins cliff to go to the research method, fully explained the issue. Now this, definitely wants to whet my disposition. I think, all will change, all various grassy plants fluid will not be absolutely short. Pang Bo said is very reasonable. Yi Fan no longer declines. Two worlds do not need the small talk with looking on as an outsider. Starts all various grassy plants fluids of massive drinking. 1 bottle and 2 bottles and 3 bottles. Number 46. Golden Sea of Bitterness. In this day, Yi Fan drinks the next 13 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. The 7 bottles of if in addition 2 days before drinking, have been 20 bottles until now. In the abatement bloodlines outside essence chi billowing boiling, he still has no ill feeling. Saw that he drinks like this, felt afraid abundantly, said, we first stop. I am now fearful and apprehensive, the eyelid keeps shaking, for fear that you bang blasts out, then could not see you. Your crow mouth, spoke irresponsibly anything. At this point, Yi Fan induced the sea of bitterness condition carefully, said, I as if had a strange feeling. What, was effective? Pang Bo reveals the happy expression immediately, said, I look for Wu Qingfeng he to help you guide. Yi Fan blocked him, said, do not go, I am induced slowly. Mr. Wu Qingfeng had said that Yi Fan this physique can only by oneself, the bystander unable to help its guidance. He once had the word, if wheel of life of average man is a piece of soil, then the theory of Yi Fan's life is together divine iron. After the soil plants the seed, the intensive care and reclamation, the seed must be possible to take root to germinate, appears vigorous life force. But divine iron, regardless of you invest many, even if plants immortal roots is still hard to grow. In this case, only then divine iron has the transformation, ray of hopes of some birth life force, regardless of otherwise the outside world provides how superior condition, is hard to change anything. Yi Fan had a strange induction, in the heart is very excited, his physique is called saint physique when ancient desolate, but is actually treated as cripple now, in the heart is unwilling, at present some faint trace special feeling, is very naturally inspired. In this moment, the Pang Bo's eye quick was straight, saw Yi Fan drinks water probably general, one after another fills downward, his heart mentioned the throat. I said that, we relax, look at your appearance, I am really fearful and apprehensive, will remaining we drink to be good tomorrow again. I really feared. Pang Bo time at this point, the ground has thrown one pile of spatial jade bottle, Yi Fan has drunk the next 40 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. Don't worry, I feel now am very good, in the bloodlines boiling essence chi was completely tranquil, but the position that wheel of life is at experienced the violent fluctuation. Yi Fan said that these continue to take all various grassy plants fluid, until finally front completely empty, except 7 bottles that beyond Pang Bo drinks, other 59 bottles all by the Yi Fan clothing taking under. How feels? Pang Bo anxious asking. I induced existence of wheel of life finally, their divine force source in boiling. At this point, Yi Fan no longer spoke, starts to revolve the profound law of silently Tao scripture recording, attacked sea of bitterness. Sighed, Pang Bo somewhat is dumbfounded, talks to oneself, how in wheel of life divine force source boiling, have I never had this feeling. In thatched hut gradually peaceful, Yi Fan such as statue generally static sitting cross-legged there, Pang Bo anxious and anxious defending in one side. Also has not known how long, in the thatched hut magnificent rays of light, erupts the intermittent tsunami sound suddenly, Yi Fan's sea of bitterness there runs out of the endless God splendor, shining peace, and along with thunder. Pang Bo stares dumbfounded, startled could not speak, dull looks at the present all these. Sees only Yi Fan's sea of bitterness there, divine light 10,000, like the rainbow, really have the golden great waves brilliantly and turbulent, and along with the intermittent thunder, there is having the violent tsunami, the great waves soar to the heavens. In sea of bitterness has this mystical scene, here's something never heard of before simply, Pang Bo shocks the situation in the extreme, he felt that at present all these so inconceivable, talked to oneself, exactly had anything. In the thatched hut is the deafening tsunami sound, has probably the mighty force to gallop. Pangbo made an effort to pat oneself slap, believes firmly oneself have not been having a dream. Tsunami day after day, the sound like the thunderclap, raging waves 10,000 heavy, he feels to have a parched mouth, all these are ordinary like the dreamland, rumble the great waves acoustic image as the mighty force is galloping. At this time meanwhile, does not seem to stand in the thatched hut, but arrived at the coast, is facing vast fluctuating the vastness. Yi Fan is silent, sits cross-legged there, in sea of bitterness divine shine blooms, brilliant eye-catching, is unceasing at this moment roaring, the golden light sparkle, the thunder and lightning chops the dance, the wild waves are dreadful. That golden vastness, is really his sea of bitterness, why shines through, even can the bystanders see. Pangbo is surprised, looks at Yi Fan, its sea of bitterness lives the splendor shiningly, divine shine is sparkling, the ocean waves are intermittent, turns unceasingly wells up. He had determined, the tsunami sound indeed came from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, this is really dumbfounded stunning, hidden sea of bitterness in within the body, really such as the vast common roaring in reality is unexpectedly unceasing. Pangbo stands there nearly petrified, the front rumble makes noise, that golden great waves will seem like will flush momentarily general, will give the powerful constriction. Why can be the golden color? After the tsunami acoustic shock shakes, Pangbo for a long time slowly is very tranquil. If that piece of golden vastness is Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, was extremely rather unusual, Pangbo feels inconceivable. He has been able to regard oneself sea of bitterness now, their piece jet black like black ink, seems like death or a heavy. Mr. Wu Qingfeng had said that without communicating wheel of life sea of bitterness, life essence chi can only wind around sky over sea of bitterness, as for sea of bitterness dry lonesome one piece, no life fluctuates, or as the dark green, either as the paint black. However, Yi Fan's sea of bitterness is actually such to stand out from the masses, unlike basis that Mr. Wu Qingfeng described. Rumble, turns sky over golden sea of bitterness that wells up, often erupts the intermittent thunder and lightning, with the dreadful tsunami interwines, made a between heaven and earth blaze, the sea day was connected, everywhere was the radiant golden light, was exceptionally eye-catching. Pangbo is gazing at intensely, for fear that has the accident, surprise to happen. In this process, Yi Fan do not have a feeling to be common probably, throughout is silent, in the profound law of revolution, Tao scripture, silently recording. The past several double hour, the golden light restrained slowly, the tsunami sound gradually changed as also small, had 1 hour in the past fully, the thatched hut finally was peaceful, Yi Fan's sea of bitterness belonged to tranquilly, magnificent light was reserved, the roaring vanished. Soon, Yi Fan awoke to transfer, in the eyes divine light deep and clear, standing up, the whole person all of a sudden was instantly nimble and resourceful much, were many immortal Tao aura. What just now exactly had, now how do you feel? Pangbo impatient asking. I induced wheel of life a moment ago, saw the boiling divine force source, then attacks sea of bitterness, sees a piece of golden vastness unexpectedly, does not know that is the misconception. Here's Yi Fan to describe like this, Pangbo the startled opening the mouth, then nodded immediately again and again, said, it is not the misconception, because I also saw. Did you also see? Yi Fan reveals the startled color. Right, you do not know a moment ago the momentum has how vastly, the tsunami day after day, divine light 10,000, a radiance, the entire thatched hut is vibrating, the place that luckily we live is very remote, otherwise must certainly stir a controversy. After Yi Fan listens carefully Pangbo told, finally believes firmly that the seen golden vastness and tsunami are not the misconception or the result. Pangbo concerned asking, what do you feel? I saw that golden sea of bitterness final moment to disappear completely, didn't have successfully. Does not know that is the success. At this point, Yi Fan revolves the profound law of Tao scripture recording, the position that sea of bitterness is at presents a grain of extremely small golden luminous spot immediately, only then sesame seed grain that a wee bit, but actually lives the splendor shiningly. Sea of bitterness, although is somewhat small, but this is not the issue, so long as practices, the association will increases slowly. The Pangbo look is excited, said, I can affirm that your sea of bitterness is absolutely extraordinary, unexpectedly as the golden color. Unlike average man, blooming magnificent light can shine through completely unexpectedly, but although cultivates a grain of sea, merely, but Yifan was very happy, finally breaks the deadlock, open to belong to his golden sea of bitterness specially. How I felt that your sesame seed grain of big sea of bitterness has faint trace divine force to fluctuate, what don't tell me concentration is the essence. Pangbo shows the look of doubts. Number 47. Difficult. Cultivator's sea of bitterness, such as its general, dry lonesome peace, death aura heavy, without the life fluctuates. However, the Yifan's sea of bitterness dead center, that grain of golden luminous spot actually lives the splendor shiningly, such as the rosy-colored clouds at dawn initial rise, fills vigorous life force. Just like Pangbo said like that this grain of golden sea of bitterness a little selects divine force to fluctuate, although is weak, but is obviously unusual, compared with sea of bitterness of others, can be called mystical, brilliant such as the essence of rainbow glow, complete to stand out from the masses. Don't tell me have you communicated Wheel of Life. According to Pangbo's speculated, Yifan may open a channel, connected Wheel of Life there under sea of bitterness, causing divine spring gurgling to upwell, created the so magical scene. Has not opened the channel, not the divine force source upwells. Yifan shook the head, denied his speculation. He is certain, this truly is sea of bitterness, is not divine spring that Wheel of Life gushes out. Pangbo sighed again and again, said, this was too astonishing. Ancient desolate saint physique really vary with common, unlike the average man. Don't tell me golden sea of bitterness has the person of this physique completely exclusive. Open sea of bitterness initially, has not known whether to continue to practice. Yifan had not been deluded the reason joyfully. Afterward he starts to regard, inspects the sea of bitterness condition carefully. Sesame seed grain of big golden color sea of bitterness, the surroundings such as the death trap is ordinary, endless dark and surrounds spacious, but is actually hard to submerge its ray completely. This grain of luminous spot such as bright moonlight is hanging in the sky. This makes in the Yifan heart have the endless hope, perhaps someday, can open one vast boundless golden sea of bitterness, drives out the darkness and death aura thoroughly, making the dry lonesome place glow vigorous life force. Yifan and Pangbo two people discussed long time, believes, the Yifan's physique is extremely special, probably the bottomless pit is ordinary, needs a lot of all various grassy plants fluids to open sea of bitterness. Is entirely different from the average man, did not fear that the efficacy is excessively fierce, penetrates sea of bitterness, his sea of bitterness simply is piece of abyss, is unable to fill up. After drawing this conclusion, immediately makes two people somewhat worry. Other just basic disciple, took 1 bottle of all various grassy plants fluids every 3 months. 1 year of also 4 bottles of that's all, but Yifan just opened sesame seed grain of big sea of bitterness, consumed 59 bottles, withstand top other on person of more than 10 years of institutes to need, this somewhat is really scary. According to Mr. Wu Qingfeng said, the path of cultivation more climbs upwardly is more difficult. Late stage goes forward 1 step to spend 10 times every time in the earlier price. Yifan thinks that this issue is a little in a daze immediately. This truth is also certainly applicable to the consumption of all various grassy plants fluid. Now starts, needs dozens bottles also to take, is really inconceivable. When he cultivates, that will be a how shocking number. Don't worry, with the means solution. At this point, Pangbo remembered anything probably. Eyes immediately one bright, said, can tell the news that you can practice to the Wu Qingfeng elder, saint physique before ancient desolate, if can cultivate successfully, vibrate land of Yan absolutely sufficiently, vibrates eastern wilderness, that cannot imagine simply, I think that the spirit ruins sanctuary elders extremely will certainly be shocked, exhaustibility provide to need for you. Yifan earnestly and thought deeply about the moment carefully, finally shakes the head, said, cannot tell them. Why? Pangbo is puzzled. One is because spirit ruins sanctuary cannot deter eastern wilderness, once the news disclosed that my certain death without doubt. Second, because I suspected, although golden sea of bitterness mystical, cultivation that but I may be unable to continue, mostly is still cripple. Pangbo thinks carefully, approves the first reason, truly cannot divulge a secret, perhaps will otherwise really have the fatal disaster. About the second reason, I thinks that you considered thoroughly. Yi Fan shakes the head, said, I know now finally why this physique appears after ancient desolate era occasionally, was actually hard to cultivate successfully. Only as this consumption is not general sect can withstand. Initial stage said fortunately, but immortal road is long, every time goes forward one step to increase 10 times of consumptions, this walks, constantly grows at 10 times of speeds. Do not say that cultivates late stage, cultivates middle stage reluctantly, that will also be astronomical figures that will be inconceivable, perhaps will be these Holy Land also has from ancient aristocratic family that ancient desolate era inheritance will get down will also feel strenuous. Even can say, the gain does not equal the loss, such consumption, trains many other outstanding disciples sufficiently. As this ancient desolate saint physique is unable to cultivate and turn into the cripple reason. Pang Bo shows the surprised look. Yi Fan thought deeply about the moment, said, when this reason is initial stage practices found merely, I think is willing Ding Yuan to continue these, otherwise these Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family will not easily give up, may have a harsher and difficult condition or the reason very much. How? Pang Bo will be in a daze like this, felt that the Yi Fan road ahead is gloomy, the path of cultivation is extremely as if difficult. However the Yi Fan depressed color, had not said, ancient desolate saint physique, if simple can cultivate successfully, lost its significance. The road ahead is more difficult more shows it to be extraordinary, the counter wave on, climbs the cliff the line, jumps over abyss, which can arrive at step to arrive which step, could look out peak. In the future, Yi Fan and Pang Bo carve the painstaking cultivation line, to promote own cultivation base diligently. During this period, Mr. Wu Qingfeng once called Pang Bo to the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary backside of the mountain, officially him determined that for the immortal seedling, encouraging him to try hard to practice, will soon make in sea of bitterness divine spring gurgling well up, by that time will receive him to close disciple. Officially determined after immortal seedling, Pang Bo can receive 8 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids every month, contrasts beforehand 1 year only to receive 4 bottles, the treatment promoted a big truncation. And, as his cultivation base continually promotes, later will gradually increase the supplies, satisfies his all needs, does not need to be worried about lacking of all various grassy plants fluid. In the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary backside of the mountain, Pang Bo consulted many issues to Mr. Wu Qingfeng earnestly, he mainly wants to help Yi Fan solve the doubts of Golden Sea of Bitterness. Mr. Wu Qingfeng spoke the secret about Sea of Bitterness, said that in this world, somewhat startled certainly colorful character when opening Sea of Bitterness, will really have all sorts of vision to happen. Which vision has? Mr. Wu Qingfeng spoke more than 10 vision, but has not mentioned Golden Sea of Bitterness. Really somewhat could not bear to Pang Bo finally, asked directly, when open Sea of Bitterness, there is a possibility tsunami day after day, God Rainbow 10,000, is Sea of Bitterness a piece of golden vastness? Is impossible. Mr. Wu Qingfeng shakes the head, but hesitated finally, said, perhaps, in the legend reappears Eastern Wilderness, divine physique, possibly to have so visions beyond comparison, but actually should not have such vast momentum. Recently when had the rumor, some rare divine physique reappeared in Eastern Wilderness, moreover not just one case, was in the growth it is said that by snow conceals in Holy Land or ancient desolate aristocratic family. Mr. Wu Qingfeng also hears the hearsay repeatedly. These worlds the rare talent almost all took away. Mr. Wu Qingfeng is very as if helpless by these Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family. After Pang Bo comes back, all that will hear repeated to Yi Fan, finally said, it seems like Golden Sea of Bitterness mystical is really extraordinary. When as in the legend reappears Eastern Wilderness, divine physique first opens Sea of Bitterness not necessarily to have such big momentum. Really hopes that you can practice smoothly, when the time comes certainly sufficiently contends with these Holy Land and talent of ancient desolate aristocratic family training. After Yi Fan here, considered long time, then looks to Pang Bo, said, I think that I should leave Spirit Ruins Sanctuary. Why? Pang Bo is very surprised. Does not know why he makes such decision suddenly. How I come Spirit Ruins Sanctuary to understand practice, now here is not to me suitable to continue to stay, I need to go to other places to bump the chance. It is not good, words that you must walk, I must depart. Pangbo firm opposition. You have been chosen as the immortal seedling, Spirit Ruin's sanctuary will cultivate you full power, does not need to leave. But I am different, by my physique, will stay in Spirit Ruin's sanctuary will not have any development. Number 48, does not save in the world ancient scripture. Shares joys to share sorrows, since you must depart, I am also certain the meeting to travel together. Pangbo said unusual is decisive and firm, deciding to also leave with Yi Fan. Yi Fan is impossible to agree, after Pangbo is chosen as the immortal seedling, future light, if departs, all will enull, the road ahead is unknown, will have the accident surprise. I depart have another reason, are forcing Han Feiyu, making him lose completely the face countenance. Pangbo hears here, immediately breaks his words, said, does not need to be worried about him, I now am the immortal seedling, believes that in a short time he does not dare to act unreasonably, when our strength growth, but also feared that he does. Yi Fan shakes the head, said, this matter is not the surface looks that simple, since these days my multi-direction people had inquired, learned that his great uncle is refined medicine expert, is doing everything possible to refine a furnace, to return from the grave pill, to increase lifespan. In the past few years has been sparing nothing collecting spiritual medicine, went out unceasingly, entered remote mountain Great Lake to seek personally. This time he just came back few days, Han Feiyu picks a quarrel to us, I think that this matter is not very perhaps common. Pangbo hearing this nods, he also has found it very strange, they and Han Feiyu not resentment does not have the enmity, should not clash, both sides simply has not happened together before then. You should not be will guess that, his great uncle does want to hit our attention. The Pangbo's thoughts are also very flexible, thought of a lot instantly. They once intook the wondrous medicines, the accident surprise feel rejuvenated, if by Elder Han is known perhaps this matter, really may hit their attention. I think that his life essence completely, wants to refine to return from the grave urgently, pill, might stare at us very much. Yi Fan made such judgment to look, then also said, now you as the immortal seedling, he did not dare to do to you, but I, if continues to get down dull, perhaps will have the accident surprise. This old codger, after Pangbo hears these words, frowns, he no longer stops Yi Fan to depart, but actually insisted that must travel together. If you must travel together, then I then do not walk. Yi Fan very simple putting down such a few words, he does not want to delay Pangbo's to practice, Spirit Ruin's sanctuary is really the Pangbo's optimization. Pangbo understands Yi Fan, sees him so, when was not first insisting, sits as depressed there does not make noise. You take the written records, I leave behind to you ancient scripture. Yi Fan obtains the ancient scriptures matter only to say to Pangbo from bronze ancient coffin, before read aloud several, was treated as the heavenly book to listen by Pangbo, because Crabtree was too abstruse, is unable to understand. Is present Yi Fan is also unclear its meaning, estimated long time, but actually cannot feel slightly the clue. These scripture to me, radically are the books from heaven, stays behind to me also uselessly, I will definitely not lack the profound law in Spirit Ruin's sanctuary, did not need to take time writing. Yi Fan has not paid attention, grasps the written records to start to write. In taking up the pen instantly, in his heart suddenly resounds like resonant voice rings out, clear as a bell heavenly sound, several hundred ancient characters such as the trickle flows in his heart, lets him immediately the refreshing feelings. The Yi Fan pen walks dragon serpent, brushes, forms a coherent whole, leaves behind in all various professions handwriting on the paper fast, but strange matter happened at this moment. The pen stops the character to extinguish. When the pen in hand stops, all various professions ancient character of writing, is slowly pale, the paper vanishes in a puff of smoke, probably mysterious strengths contain in the tip. Meanwhile, in the Yi Fan heart that several hundred ancient character collect slowly, the sound vanishes does not see. Sighed, Pangbo stares dumbfounded, this matter too mystical, making the person feeling unusual monster evil, after for a long time, he opens the mouth, said, I look that, do not write, on this day the book was too weird. Several hundred ancient character hear something never heard of before to see what one never saw before. Once the ancient typeface compared with Bell Cauldron script. Yi Fan did not know, on the same day but when as a result of existence of heavenly sound, several hundred ancient character brand marks entered his heart, he gradually understood the significances of these characters. Yi Fan lowers the head the ponder, thinks Mr. Wu Qingfeng had said some words, before ancient desolate, has the saint article, each character condenses Tao charm, has the mysterious immeasurable mighty force, copies to imitate nearly, will have indescribable strange matter. Some people speculated, writes these ancient character, may communicate strength of heaven and earth, initiating the vitality to be chaotic, therefore had all sorts of inexplicable matters. Don't tell me, these ancient character each radicals are condensing one type, potential, made surrounding heaven and earth essence chi have the confusion in the process of writing, finally destroyed the paper. Yi Fan to talk to oneself. Afterward, he starts to delimit to carve on the ground, when the tip stops instantly, the slight electric arc has delimited the ground together, all handwriting vanishes in a puff of smoke completely. Pang Bo feels unthinkably, said, on this day the book noisy monster, do not write. It is not the heavenly book monster as evil, but as these ancient character is not ordinary, each radical condensed one type, potential, may disturb heaven and earth essence chi to fluctuate, all, potential, centralized in the same place, rouses surrounding strength of heaven and earth sufficiently, forms to erase the ancient scripture's strength. Yi Fan makes such judgment. More so even more appears ancient scripture mysterious immeasurable, leaves behind this scripture person is hard to estimate, several hundred ancient character arrange in together, letting ancient scripture is unable manifest in world, as if this is one should not present the scrambled text in the world. Yi Fan was not insisting, this ancient scripture is crabbed, vertical stays behind to Pang Bo, he difficultly is also bright its righteousness. Finally, the Yi Fan choice departs, Pang Bo sees off silent. A long alley that the cobblestone spreads, goes out from the celestial mountain deep place, arrives at the spirit ruins sanctuary exit, when steps these azure stone platform steps, ancient scripture in Yi Fan heart resounds again. He turns around to say to Pang Bo, under perhaps spirit ruins sanctuary these more than 100 levels of blue stone ancient steps has the extraordinary thing, you usually can come this place. At this moment, Pang Bo stares, said, do not walk. Yi Fan also perceived that anything, then watched, sees only familiar silhouette to flash not to have together, precisely once by them, falling head over heels, a youth. Han Feiyu does not lose heart, sends people to monitor us unexpectedly. First do not walk, by them was seen you will depart, certainly must intercept you on the halfway. Yi Fan nods, immediately two people to returning walk, that youth has disappeared, but actually on the road saw that Han Feiyu too clashes with lightning speed to here, in his also follows behind several people. Pang Bo the complexion is pale immediately, if did not discover that youth tags along after, today makes Yi Fan depart, certainly must regret lifelong, he shouted abuse at the scene. Han Feiyu your bastard, thought has your great uncle to support, can act in a self-serving manner, whom wants to kill anyone, having the skill you are direct to kill me. Hears him to angrily roar like this, the face of Han Feiyu was at that time green, if misunderstands him to remove the immortal seedling of spirit ruins sanctuary by other elders or the leaders, perhaps even if there are his great uncle to support cannot save the life. Do not speak at a venture, I passed by here that's all fortunately. Then, he brings going far away that several heads are not returning, looks very distressed. He truly comes to Yi Fan today, knew that Yi Fan carries the package to be going to leave, he catches up to want the halfway to intercept immediately. The Pang Bo anger is turbulent, clenches jaws saying, this boy also is really mean, usually has been monitoring us, it seems like truly wants to find the opportunity to begin to you, temporarily do not leave. Yi Fan nods, when the strength is insufficient is not truly able to leave rashly, otherwise perhaps will really have the sorrow of life. In the following month, all are very tranquil, Han Feiyu does not dare to send people to monitor Pang Bo and Yi Fan again, restrained, for fear that Pang Bo reported other bright elders. On this day, Pangbo comes back from Wu Qingfeng Elder there, the facial expression appears somewhat loses. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked. To you possibly is a news, to me is actually not. Pangbo sighs, said, I also thought that you get down possibly to have the danger in Spirit Ruins Sanctuary for a long time dull, requested a moment ago the Wu Qingfeng Elder delivers you to take a long journey. Truly is a good news. Yi Fan smiled immediately, said, does not part forever, does not need to sigh, later we will meet sooner or later. By that time hopes you are earth-shaking Pang Zongmin, the name shake Eastern Wilderness, lets these so-called Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family must dread. Pangbo really does not hope with the Yi Fan distinction, but also has no means that said, needs to wait for on several days, near in several days, the Wu Qingfeng Elder will select some potential disciple, the primitive ruins of Belt bring outside to Spirit Ruins Sanctuary goes informed and experienced. Before the endless years, the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary location is stretch of ruins, was cleaned up by descendant, then becomes sanctuary and blessed land. It can be said that the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary history is distant, if traces upwardly, this piece of ancient land may extend ancient desolate era. The primitive ruins are extremely vast, continuous endless, Spirit Ruins Sanctuary is part of that's all, the extremely general regions had not been cleaned up. On that stretch of ruins, ancient wood is towering, various rare bird mutant beasts appear and disappear at times, the rebirth has many rare and precious medicinal herbs. Every year the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary Elder will lead disciple to go there informed and experienced, is not only tempering but can also gain these disciple experiences. The ruins of ancient wood wolf forest are not pure land, is dwelling many barbarian beast in inside an ominous bird, although said that has the elder peer, but will have the bloody incidents to happen every year. It is said that lives many precious medicinal herbs in inside, some are rare spiritual medicine, if can collect by luck, can exchange medicinal pill with the elder of peer immediately. At this point, Pangbo looks to Yi Fan, said, you now urgently needed all various grassy plants fluid, if has their harvest, can solve temporarily needs at present. Number 49, good and evil intermingled. This to Yi Fan truly is a good news, if collects spiritual medicine there, or hunts and kills rare bird mutant beast, can effectively solve urgent matter. His grain of golden sea of bitterness such as borders on the dry lake, urgently needs huge essence chi to supplement, so can unceasing opening, making the golden vastness reappear. This time as the Wu Qingfeng Elder leads personally, does not need to be worried that nonsense Elder Han makes the movement. Matter sets, Yi Fan and Pangbo will participate in this experience. 2 days later, Wu Qingfeng leads more than 100 disciple to leave Spirit Ruins Sanctuary with another elder, walks toward neighbor ruins ancient land. Their ancient wood is towering, a primitive scene, the great distance is very far, can hear the deafening barbarian beast roaring sound, is indistinct the biography to swing intermittent frigid baleful aura. Also can see that only strange ominous bird circle in the sky, body is over several meters, huge incomparable. I reminded your one time again, was surely careful, was not taken lightly this experience absolutely, because concern the issue that your life and death. The Wu Qingfeng Elder is discussing needs to pay attention, finally the example reminded, in the past, some disciple to collect rare and precious spirit herb, ignores the danger to walk into the ruins deep place frequently, if by that time meets barbarian beast certain death without doubt. Because, more walks to, ominous bird barbarian beast is more fearful, having his variation that ancient desolate leaves behind, even if the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary Elder is unable to cope. Therefore, you 10,000 cannot take risk thoroughly. 2 elders bring more than 100 disciple, arrived at this stretch of ruins quickly, here spiritual energy is dense, is not worse than Spirit Ruins Sanctuary on many, just arrived here, some people discovered the medicinal herbs. Medicine age too small do not pick, that Li Elder to remind. Here giant tree is extremely big, several people cannot joint hold hand in hand, old vine all has the thigh is so thick or thin, set as the ruins, is actually more like a primitive mountain forest. Python, just entered in the forests, some people called out in alarm, discovered a bucket thick or thin variegated big python. Ku, the big python that whole body lives the colored spot opens mouth to spout mist, covers that calling out in alarm disciple at the scene and inside, immediately spreads a sad and shrill pitiful yell sound. Other disciple all have one's hair stand on end, go to retreat fast, the mist scatters, the ground leaves behind a snow-white skeleton, many yellow liquids, the surrounding vegetation followed to wither. The Wu Qingfeng elder arrives at the near fast, immediately frowns, said, how just to arrive at the ruin's edge to meet a poisonous dragon, mad or some are not right. At this time Li elder also walked, said, this big python named poisonous dragon, has violently poisonously, you are more careful, should not be contaminated by the gas cloud that it spouts, will otherwise stand sense to perish maliciously. Li elder said that also reminded one, said, its guts is the refined medicine good material, competent disciple can collect. Just arrived at the ruin's edge, saw such poisonous python, really does not know that will have what fearful ferocious beast. Died at the scene disciple, the people immediately fearful, all caution and care. I take the snake guts. A 16 or 17-year-old young girl goes out of the crowd, compels forward, in her sea of bitterness shines together the green light, spreads to her arm rapidly, along her hand pointing. Green glow like sword, cuts the poisoned dragon, breaks it is 2 sections. That young girl careful took a snake guts of fist size, exchanges from Li elder there to 1 bottle of all various grassy plants fluids at the scene. Other disciple are greatly encouraged immediately, they have almost strength that cuts the antivirus python, so long as in heart fearless, can unshackle, all can harvest in this stretch of ruins. Do not fear, should not be negligent, will perhaps have to bleed and die in the following time, but this is you must experience, the flowers and plants in greenhouse must face the brutal reality one day, otherwise is unable to grow forever truly. Although 2 elders said like this, but frowns, just arrived at the edge dead disciple, is really not the good sign. At this moment, other disciple acted, some quick people dig to a medicine age can have 10 years, dragon tongue grass, at the same time another juniors discovered one, the azure dragon vine. Suddenly, the ruin's deep place hears extremely sharp warbling, probably the sound of inscription on stone tablet and bronze pierce the sky, heard that it makes person eardrum painful, buzzes. In this moment, everyone was startled, stopped, looks in the direction that the sound conveyed, saw only the golden lightning to delimit to empty together, dived fast toward a mountain peak. What is that? Everyone is very surprised, the golden lightning was too quick, is unable to see clearly, can only see that blazing golden light 2 clashes together. The Wu Qingfeng elder reveals grave expression, said, that is the lightning bird, general is rapid and fearful like the lightning, has the strength of thunder and lightning inborn, even if I meets it only to detour to walk. Roar. Suddenly, the roar is shocking, in the lightning bird dives, but on below that mountain peak, a giant ape of whole body densely covered scale prances, rushes to upper air over 100 meters, kills to that lightning bird. As the scale ape, another side, Li elder changes color, said, perhaps as the king in scale ape, otherwise is impossible as so powerful, unexpectedly dares to throw strikes the lightning bird. The Wu Qingfeng elder frowns, said, it seems like in the ruins is not tranquil, this time informed and experienced wants some twists and turns mostly, we should not be extremely thorough. The grating song of the birds and beast roar resound in the ruins deep place, probably separated the vault of heaven, distant transmitting. Let a disciple complexion blanch on the scene, saw some people easily to cut to kill the poisonous dragon a moment ago, making many confidence rise dramatically, but they understand at this moment finally, the ruins compared with the fearfulness that they imagine, most deep place many super exists, at all is not they can provoke. We change a place to enter the ruins, the Wu Qingfeng elder always to feel, this region is not quite peaceful today, primitive ruins enough length and breadth, leads the people to walk toward another region in any case immediately. Walks more than 10 li, 0.5 kilometers away, the people arrive at piece of chaotic stone forest, has gone through here, enters in the ruins again. I reminded one again, even to penetrate cannot over 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, otherwise definitely will have the sorrow of life, must do what one can. After here, the people start to separate, 3-1 crowd of 5-1 groups, accompany the vanguard respectively, wants to harvest, all various grassy plants fluid regarding as opening sea of bitterness disciple as a huge seduction. Han Feiyu also participated in this experience. When looks to Yi Fan and Pang Bo in the eye, the cold light appears intermittently. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo turn the head to look, he avoids the vision immediately, looks to other places. Han Feiyu, were you nearly killed by these two? With the Han Feiyu peer several men and women, the age in the 18 or 19 years old appearance. Each essence, chi and spirit is full, raises hand to lift in the feet to have the divine shine circulation. Han Feiyu accompanies in the one side, very obviously is only one of them, but is not the key player, can only stand in the nearby. Although is the immortal seedling, but just crossed the threshold, that's all, has not learned anything. Another is the waste, cannot cultivation, was defeated by such idiot, you may really give Elder Han to lose face. The man and a woman age of speaking about 17 to 18 years old, although compared nearby several people younger, but such as many things around a center were actually encircled generally in middle. Pang Bo hear of anger of up well, these two were too unscrupulous, ridicules Yi Fan unexpectedly face to face as the waste, immediately gets angry, how to speak, can speak the logical expression. That 17 to 18 years old young girl sneers again and again, lives a mole in his corners of the mouth, although she is very attractive, but actually gives the ice-cold piercing feeling at this moment. Her cold sound said, anger is but actually big, do not think oneself or the immortal seedling is arrogant and conceited, does not look at others in the eye, must know that in the future no one will say certainly, the immortal seedling will also possibly die. Who is arrogant and conceited? Did we provoke you? You come up on the cursing at people waste of sarcastic comments. If we can be arrogant and conceited, you can be called do not have the eye. Contradicting of Pang Bo impolite. If not the elder has the life, did not allow that disciple at this battle, I really want to educate you well, how to make well-mannered disciple. Lives young girl of mole to shoot the cold light, swept Yi Fan, then observes closely Pang Bo, said, you, although is the immortal seedling, but cannot lead the person to come this at will, this stretch of ruins or spirit ruins sanctuary important location, how to tolerate some dubious people to come and go out casually. With him stands abreast in row that 17 to 18 years old youngster also satirized. No one can practice, the person must have self-knowledge. At this point, his eye shoots the cold light, looks to Yi Fan, said, troubles you to leave as soon as possible, here is our spirit ruins sanctuary disciple informed and experienced place, does not allow the bystander to step. Shuts your bird mouths. Pang Bo is angry, shames Yi Fan to be equal to shaming him, he wants to rush. Yi Fan held on him, swept that several people of several, anything had not said that but puts out together the jade pendant, shook shaking before them, then strides stand forth. As Wu elder jade pendant. Several people of facial colors are very immediately ugly, wants to pursue Yi Fan, but does not want to speak one pile of idle talk in vain. Han Feiyu goes forward saying, Li Lin senior sister, Li Yun senior brother, first do not ask them to trouble, my great uncle does not make me provoke them now, if by him is known, certainly will punish my. After walking several hundred meters, Pang Bo said, I thought that I have seen them in the spirit ruins sanctuary backside of the mountain, at that time too was very far, has not paid attention. The Wu Qingfeng elder said at that time freely spoken to, that woman called what Li Lin probably, was an immortal seedling. That man as if called Li Yun, although was not the immortal seedling, but aptitude was also very special, was not inferior in immortal seedling many. Yi Fan then looked back one, said, it seems like you, although will not have what danger in spirit ruins sanctuary, however future day is not very comfortable. Pang Bo does not care at all actually, said, having the pressure as dynamic, my present goal is to step on that several thing in 3 years in the underfoot. I know why finally the Wu Qingfeng elder once sighed what recent years good and evil intermingled. Spirit ruins sanctuary as if not seem like the surface like that tranquil, among the elders may exist to oppose very much the relations, from now on you will are more careful. The Yi Fan reminder said. I know, the Wu Qingfeng elder said that must receive me to close disciple. After I want waits for you to walk, I may go to the backside of the mountain to cultivate, will not have acquired achievements from study I not to stir up trouble. Yi Fan thought deeply about a while, then shakes the head, said, pitifully, our present strengths are insufficient, otherwise can plan, helping you solve troublesome these. All right, does not need to be worried about me, they're unable to cope with I. At this point, Pangbo is still very indignant, said, do not care about their words. Yi Fan smiles, said, relax, I was disinclined to say anything with them, naturally cannot care. That is good, now your anything do not manage, only need try hard to practice, when your golden sea of bitterness opens, making them understand that who is the waste. The time is not long, Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu and the others pursued, but this time does not come to them, passed by that's all. We go to the ruins deep place, leaves these waste. Li Lin to bring light sneering outside, the mole of corners of the mouth seems somewhat dazzling, making people feel some chill yin cold. Yi Fan stands on one side, static visits them to depart, still has not said anything. This slut, Pangbo indignantly, but can also only be able to endure now, currently he does not have the strength to resist. In the following 2 days, Yi Fan and Pangbo sought dozens medicinal herbs, when delivered to two elder their exchanges, only obtained 2 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. In fact, many people also so, even many 1 bottle of all various grassy plants fluids cannot exchange, moreover died 3 disciple in the 2 days. It is not good, although exterior region some medicinal herbs, but the medicine age is insufficient, had been collected by the predecessor was similar. As for these rare bird mutant beast, saw that so many people also come, perhaps had shunted by far, is more impossible to hunt and kill. 2 bottles of all various grassy plants fluids are equal to not having regarding Yi Fan, cannot play any role, after 2 people discussed that felt consistently, wanted to dig to true spiritual medicine, to hunt and kill spirit beast, can only such as Li Lin they like that be thorough the ruins. Inside was too dangerous, these ominous bird barbarian beast are not we can cope. Also ran into Li Lin and Li Yun and the others by some chance, even if they did not dare visible take action, perhaps but will also play a dirty trick in secret. 2 people also discussed long time, finally looks at the distant place. They want to be far away from this region, moves toward another region. 2 days ago, lightning bird that cuts the expansive sky, the whole body golden light is blazing, making their impression profound. Since that whole body densely covered scale and prance more than 100 meters high scale ape king from the mountain peak on, is to make them deeply feel to shock. At this moment, the lightning bird and scale ape king often appear in there at present. These 2 days, that region deep place has had the grating workman and beast roar, the sound is big, gradually is peaceful until today. Why these 2 fearful can mutant beast the battle? 2 people thought that definitely has what not general reason. At this moment, the ruins deep place is gradually quiet, they felt, if can sneak to that region, could have the astonishing harvest. Yi Fan and Pangbo are very men of decision, after making the decision, immediately leaves, sneaks to go toward that region. Number 50, Jade Serpent Orchid. Just went near this region, Yi Fan and Pangbo has a scare, several hundred bucket thick or thin poisonous dragons stuck out the tongue in the faint trace. The gas cloud filled the air, looking awful that a big stretch of forest land corroded. In addition, the jungle deep place spreads the intermittent low and deep shouting sound, the innumerable large-scale beast of prey paces back and forth in the forests. Does not know what reason, they do not have to attack each other, all anxious incomparable, in this region unceasing accumulation, are getting more and more, the probably turbulent tide is simply common, wells up outward from inside, most ferocious beast cannot name the character. But in the sky also gathered massive ominous bird, in low altitude unceasing circling, the body all over several meters, the dense peace, blocks the sky. What had, Yi Fan and Pangbo all, see surprisedly at present really astonishingly, magnanimous barbarian beast and endless ominous bird gather at this region, is anxious, such as the raging tide is enormous and powerful. Yi Fan observed some time, said, I want to draw back from the ruins deep place. Is because the lightning bird slaughters with that scale ape king, alarmed other ominous birds and beasts. Very difficult saying that even if were beast king is praying, impossible was startled so many strange beast and spirit bird. How we pass, So many ominous birds and beasts, dense and numerous, with tide, prevented the way completely. We find a place to circle, this time absolutely as various opportunities. I think that indefinitely has a stretch of no war zone, perhaps most deep place has super beast king to slaughter, perhaps had other accidents, rushed to the peripheral zone most ominous birds and beasts. 2 people circled more than 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, seeks a certainly cliff, climbed following these vines, then crossed several sheer precipices continuously, finally along old vine, arrives at the jungle deep place finally smoothly, evaded that ferocious beast and bird of prey like surging tides. In this is really peaceful. In this region, ancient wood is towering, old vine winding, green and luxuriant, but actually quiet, as if all lives ran away, dies the general peace, no sound. Ruins deep place had anything, even if Beast King slaughters is also insufficient this, I think that should be other reasons. Otherwise, how possibly to make all ominous birds and beasts all flee? Yifan and Pengbo 2 people somewhat surprised uncertain, but stand forth, penetrated more than 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, finally quickly, ancient wood vigorous, is completely a primitive style. Faint trace, in piece of chaotic stone forest, transmits the faint trace the sound, has probably the ophidia to stick out the tongue, the 5 colors color fog fills the air there, the smell of intermittent stench sways. Great snake, Pengbo sends out shout slowly. In that chaotic stone forest, has the water jar thick or thin great snake fully, coils around in the pile of stones, in the mouth emits unceasingly the 5 colors gas cloud, it very anxious. It is not the common snake, its head lives a jade corner horn. The water jar thick or thin great snake, the scale of whole body has the palm of the hand is so big fully, colorful, very bright, beautifully colored fish under the illumination of sunlight sparkling. But as most unusual is that jade corner horn of its head, has the magnificent light circulation unceasingly, probably colored thin silk threads, the light is shining and sparkling, converges in its head. The snake of this new actor becomes a spirit, has understood the turnover sun and moon essence, if the underbelly gives birth to the claw, was the flood dragon in legend. In 2 people of hearts one cold. Not all ferocious beast retreated, but also the somewhat fierce role remained, but this great snake is also very anxious, resembling is to depart, but somewhat hesitates erratically. Suddenly, the ruin's deep place transmits a slight stuffy sound, probably as striking the great drum, was away from very far distance to pass on. After Yifan and Pengbo hear this stuffy sound, why does not know, in the heart all somewhat feels nervous. But at this time, that great snake that lives the jade corner horn does not control self-shivered several, then the fierce hovering body, flushes away to the stone forest deep place fast. Snake hole, chaotic stone forest is its lair, its anxious crashes in giant black hole, is not willing to come out. All colors gas cloud clears, the stench smell flutters, all in chaotic stone forest can clear seeing. This should passes on that jade corner horn snake that the law elder said. At the beginning 2 people have no mental association, when the gas cloud clears, saw after chaotic stone forest deep place that pitch dark snake hole, remembers something. I remember that passed on the law elder saying that this jade corner horn snake was the old snake turnover sun and moon essence lasted over 100 years evolves, in its habitat lived named, jade serpent orchid, rare and precious spiritual medicine. Although 2 people some impressions, but remembers that is not very clear. Passes on the law elder usually besides professor profound law, these months also passed on many other knowledge, such as to cultivating explanation of ancient book, weapon and spiritual medicine. Yifan and Pengbo stressed on practicing, has not put in many energy to other knowledge. Before this time is informed and experienced, crammed ferociously to the related books, otherwise many medicinal herbs, although can recognize, but may not discover fast. Truly is, jade serpent orchid. Yifan and Pengbo are very excited, they in that jet black snake hole entrance, see 3 palm of the hand high strange plants, the adult plants snow white like the jade, glittering and translucent, looks to seem like 3 white small snake erectness all over the body suddenly there, above is hanging several pieces of white jade has a light shining white jade orchid in the peak. 3 plants are very unusual, but understands at a glance is uncommon, A little selects magnificent light to past, is indistinct has intermittently fragrance floats with the wind. Right, is, jade serpent orchid. After sees, jade serpent orchid, with own eyes, passes on these words that the law elder spoke as if to reverberate in their ear banks. Two people thought of the precious value of this plant all of a sudden. It is said that the old snake when the turnover sun and moon essence, around the snake hole the spiritual energy is dense, but the common plant is unable to withstand, even if will be spirit herb gets down for a long time will also turn into fine powder. A strange fragrant thorowort can survive, follows when the old snake turnover sun and moon essence absorbs essence chi, after being more than 100 years of spiritual energy baptism, it will condense massive sun and moon essence, transforms to take the form of the strange plant of old snake-shaped shape, therefore is called jade serpent orchid. It has the extraordinary disintoxicating effect, can solve world many strange poison, grows in the snake hole bank, pores also side must have disintoxicating spirit herb to tally with the poisonous insect. In addition, it follows the old snake together turnover sun and moon essence, condensed massive life essence chi, is cultivator's most loves. Two people repress impulsive, does not dare to overrun picks directly, it is said this is the old snake for its preparation, after, jade serpent orchid, turns into the appearance of old snake completely, it will swallow, if who wants to hit, jade serpent orchid, the idea, the old snake will definitely go all out. Old snake has turned into the jade corner, horned snake, but these three, jade serpent orchid, the complete exuviate have not turned into the appearance of old snake, did not have thoroughly mature. How can pick? I think that this old snake received frightening a moment ago, avoids the snake hole deep place, temporarily does not dare to come out. We sneak slowly, should be able successfully to pick. As a little unsafe, first waits, if the ruins deep place resounded a moment ago that depressed sound again, we overran fast, pick, immediately escapes. Good, first anti-wait a while calm. After two people discussed that hid in chaotic stone forest. Although they do not know that the ruins deep place had anything, but thought that this condition should still continue, that stuffy sound will also continue to resound. Really, insufficient 7.5 minutes, the depressed sound made a sound one after another 3. Yi Fanon and Peng Bo heart fearful, this is a strange feeling, they are perplexed, probably the soul cannot help but trembling. Two people immobilized mind, then flushes away fast forward, tears off snake cave entrance 3, jade serpent orchid, does not return flushes away to stone forest. Runs several li, 0.5 kilometers, they stop, but at this time behind that direction transmitted rumble the sound, that piece of stone forest had the earthquake probably, was the old snake flushed very much obviously. Thump, also as a depressed sound transmits from the ruins deep place, Yi Fan two people hearts followed to make fiercely, a chest formation round hurt, but also because just this stuffy sound made stone forest that the old snake was at peaceful. Succeeded fortunately, I really feared that old snake pursues, it becomes a spirit, general powerhouse unable to cope with it, do not say us. Two people sit in a big blue stone, scratched cold sweat. Yi Fan and Peng Bo carefully watch in the hand, jade serpent orchid, if really like live the leaf blade, to withstand top the old snake of orchid, even on the stem lives to resemble scale runic patterns, all over the body clear translucent, probably the semi-transparent jade carves, refreshing fragrance direct impact on the 5 main internal organs entrails of person. Pitifully also not completely mature. As content, this type of thing may with, but cannot ask. It is said that its accumulated collection massive life essence, how did not know the true effect. Finds a safe place, takes to give a try. Two people said that anything will not go to exchange all various grassy plants fluid with, jade serpent orchid, with the spirit ruins sanctuary elder. This thing definitely ratio the essence all various grassy plants fluid that uses 100 medicinal herbs to refine, strong many times are right. Yi Fan and Peng Bo grab the vine to climb up a cliff, here vegetation is green and luxuriant, birds that but has no, is peaceful. Underclothing taking, jade serpent orchid, a while bumped into the viper poisonous insect not to need to be worried again. Two people discuss the moment, decided that Yi Fan first takes one. How has a look at the effect, his physique is quite special, does not need to be worried that the efficacy is excessively fierce, penetrates sea of bitterness. Yifan gnaws off half jade serpent orchid, the fragrance fills the air immediately, on the entire cliff is delicate fragrances, his mouthful is strongly fragrant, feels fine hair condo open up of whole body. The surroundings or the spiritual energy are denser, separated jade serpent orchid in elegant life essence chi, the tiny multicolored sunlight is pasting outward, Yifan hurried also feeds in the mouth remaining half. Then, he hurries to sit cross-legged, starts the profound law of revolving, Tao scripture records, the whole person is motionless, probably a fossil is common. The time is not long, the Yifan breathing rapidly, the facial color like the blood vessel spurted to open suddenly, the flesh is bright red, then the body surface a little selects magnificent light to ripple. Pangbo is anxious, the static gaze, he was feeling that the powerful spiritual energy was attacking the Yifan's flesh. Even can clear hearing, the Yifan's blood in rumble make noise, the probably billowing river is galloping, powerful life essence chi in his within the body circulation, washed out his flesh and blood unceasingly, magnificent light overflowed. Until after 1 hour, the sound in Yifan bloodlines stops, he breathes gradually long, pulse condition also steady, the whole person was nimbler more and resourceful. Bang! Suddenly, at this moment, Yifan's sea of bitterness erupts blazing golden light, God rainbow say, way, magnificent light is radiant, brilliant eye-catching. Pangbo is somewhat excited. The previous seeing scene reappeared, Yifan's sea of bitterness turned into a piece of golden vastness, intermittent tsunami sound, rumble, spreads, probably the mighty force is galloping, deafening. The angry wave soars to the heavens, the golden light is dazzling, the endless vastness, vast fluctuating, sweeps across high sky, blazing God's splendor everywhere spurts. Rumble, the thunder, golden lightnings cut the expansive sky, 10,000 startling thunderclap resound in the vault of heaven, in the strength of destruction contains the endless vitality, angry, vigorous life force in dividing dance lightning glow surges. The golden vastness, the wild waves are dreadful, with the blazing lightning interwines, forms a God's splendor endless strange world. The deafening tsunami sound transmits, even if Pangbo has experienced, at this moment is somewhat in a daze, that golden sea of bitterness as if there is strange strength, unceasing vibration. A Yifan's sea of bitterness ray is radiant, making the surrounding scenery follow divine light deep and clear. The past 2 double hour, all these slowly were tranquil, the golden light was reserved, the roaring vanished, Yifan's sea of bitterness belonged to silent, his whole person was all of a sudden elusive, were many immortal being makings, appearing the ultra dust was refined. After 1 hour, Yifan opened eyes, the probably 2 lightnings flash past, his both eyes divine light deep and clear, is full of vigor, the vitality is exuberant. How feels? Feeling is good, sea of bitterness increased. Yifan started the profound law of revolving, Tao scripture records, sea of bitterness there is up golden light immediately brightly, sesame seed grain of big sea of bitterness turns into the yellow pisolite is so big, such as divine lantern decided there. Such opening speed, really astonishing. Pangbo as Yifan feels happy at the same time, is surprised, this Yifan open sea of bitterness, developed many times all of a sudden. Golden sea of bitterness has faint trace divine force to past, lets Yifan, felt faint trace divine shine that the incomparable comfort, sea of bitterness ripples is moistening his flesh. The Yifan revolution Tao scripture profound method, golden divine shine runs out from sea of bitterness together, along his hand pointing, a light sound, pierced front ancient wood. Pangbo is dumbfounded immediately, said, you, can display, divine marks unexpectedly similarly, attack. Jade serpent orchid is really extraordinary, the life essence that it contains, once powerful many times compared with previous that dozens bottles of all various grassy plants fluids. A Yifan sigh, this time he opens golden sea of bitterness to be extremely smooth. Pangbo also reveals the exciting color, said, this time informed and experience does not have came in vain finally, harvested such 3 spiritual medicine, or certainly more than some total that others harvest. Really does not know that what the ruins deep place had, do we also continue thoroughly? Naturally must continue to go forward, is more thorough, will perhaps have the harvest, ominous bird barbarian beast escaping up, the opportunity was rare. Moreover, perhaps the ruin's deep place is having some remarkable change, to us perhaps is a greatest chance. Number 51. One day seems like years. Pangbo does not dare to take Jade Serpent Orchid now, he feared that was penetrated sea of bitterness. His physique is not terrifying like Yifan, cannot bear the magnanimous life essence chi impact, can only go back to try to find the solution. Ruin's deep place. That depressed voice whether had made a sound a moment ago several times. Yifan asked. Pangbo nods saying, since these more than 2 double hour, have resounded several once in a while, as if were more depressing, the trim ruins were quieter, even these drawback ominous birds and beasts of fringing field no longer to roar like surging tides but actually lowly. However, luckily so, otherwise I really feared that old snake pursues. That depressed sound lets 10,000 beasts all alarmed and afraid, does not know whether that jade corner, horned snake also departed. This old snake affirmation of becomes a spirit to the anger, best to have departed, otherwise, a while we set out to the ruin's deep place, perhaps we'll encounter it. What flavor? Yifan reveals to doubt the color, said, how a little light fishy smell. Pangbo also makes an effort to inspire, then changes color instantaneously, said, the smell of probably old snake. At this moment, the Yifan complexion changes suddenly, pulls up Pangbo to say in a low voice, walks quickly. In the front several hundred meters distant places, a fierce giant snake head searched from the cliff, the beautifully colored fish cold light of palm of the hand size sparkles, a pair of red lantern snake eye passes sends out 2 blood light, 2 to 3 meters snake wick faint trace makes noise, after touching the vegetation on cliff, at the scene it turns into yellow water. Old snake pursued. Pangbo also changes color at the scene, has not thought that this monster snake will track down finally, only what rejoices has not discovered them. Above the cliff, many towering ancient wood, 2 people fast retreat, arrived at the back of cliff wall, grabs the vine to jump downward. Late step words, may have the sorrow of life, the old snake affirmation is wild, if discovered that their trails, the pitiful fate is conceivable. Yifan and Pangbo are rapid, probably 2 apes and monkeys are simply common, jumps too, swung the ground along the vine of cliff wall fast, but going far away that behind did not return. Bore a grudge by this old snake, are really danger. 2 people flies to escape while waits and sees backward, sees only on that sheer precipice, a variegated great snake erectness on, in the pupil projects 2 blood light, head that jade corner, horn under the illumination of sunlight, magnificent light is shining, has divine red clouds to project unceasingly. Rumble, on the cliff wall transmits rumble the sound intermittently, the giant rock tumbles unceasingly downward, many forests were crushed by the old snake, it along the cliff wall, pursues fast in this direction. Went bad, discovered us. We hurry to escaping, making the Wu Qingfeng elder cope with this monster snake. It is not good, the speed of old snake was too fast, outside also has these ominous birds and beasts to prevent, we will definitely be caught up with by it in the halfway. Now did not have other means that hurried to clash to the ruins, that depressed sound as if can shock the old snake, its heart dreaded, does not dare to be thorough mostly. 2 people discussed, turned into 2 stream of light, flushed away toward the ruins deep place fast. However this jade corner, horned snake becomes a spirit, mystical is uncommon, the speed such as the gust of wind lightning is ordinary, can governing cause the fresh breeze, its place visited all vegetation lodging to both sides, for its make way path. Rumbly, the rock tumbles, the old snake also wants crazily compared with the bulldozer fierce, place visited everything may become vulnerable, the grass folds the wood to break, nothing can prevent, the spitting letter believes sound of faint trace was getting more and more near, the flavor of intermittent stench to clashes unceasingly. Yifan has nothing ill, Pangbo actually feels dizzy, said, this old snake venom was too big, but also is away from several hundred meters, the gas cloud fluttered, I felt that the body was somewhat weak. Eats a flower petal of piece of jade serpent orchid quickly. Yifan is also very anxious, the old snake speed is astonishing, more and more nearly, must pursue shortly, if Pangbo has the accident surprise, that is really late to regret. Under Pangbo does not dare to put in order to swallow jade serpent orchid, wants to tear down one piece the peak-like semi-transparent jade orchid wobbin, but felt that is not quite safe, feared the efficacy is too fierce, penetrates his sea of bitterness, finally clutches to put in the mouth the stamen and pistil, including taking. How feels Yi Fan for fear that Peng Bo has the accident surprise. Really is the wonderful effectiveness. Peng Bo grows the one breath, just took shortly, the disgusting feeling then vanished, is no longer dizzy, moreover he feels refreshing, quick blocked the attack of snake venom. Really worthily as spiritual medicine, can solve world's strange poison. Yi Fan felt relieved. Ka-cha ka-cha. Behind, the old snake pulls closer the distance again, will prevent ancient wood of way to twist. The momentum is scary, these low bushes separates completely automatically, presents a snake to say. Old snake eyes blood red. Who, sound spouts big gas cloud, although is separated by also over 100 meters away, but actually two clashes too fast, the sound resounds in the surroundings unceasingly. Yi Fan and Peng Bo forest melts fast, turned into yellow water completely, scary. If not because two people took jade serpent orchid, the fate is conceivable, at present perhaps is corpse water of place. This snake venom was too overbearing. This way, we are difficult to escape die, the old snake must catch up immediately. If the common person is expelled by the old snake, its speed was too fast, the becomes a spirit jade corner, horned snake the line, could be called with the wind with lightning speed. Yi Fan and Peng Bo have taken holy fruit in ancient desolate forbidden land, not only had the strength of flood dragon shape, the speed also obtained the enormous promotion, otherwise traded to make others to be caught up. Hang there, I think that depressed sound was also about to resound, when the time comes the old snake inevitable heart had to fear intent, that was the opportunity that we escaped. The ground shakes, the giant stone tumbles, the old snake almost pursued the near, to 70 to 80 meters away. Yi Fan and Peng Bo changes color finally, the curve, they moved aside to side rapidly fast. Brushes. The old snake too clashes, but is not clumsy like the imagination, its great tail sweeps away, the thick iron whip that probably chops across the sky is common, sweeps at the scene of forest, the chaotic leaf flutters about, the stench greets the nostrils. Yi Fan and Peng Bo, although had not been swept by that dozens meters huge snake tail, but the actually broken off forest divided the body, the giant tree like the stone, hit on the body, pounded to fly at the scene them. If not their physique is unusual, the divine force people of our time, blocked this strong impulse, perhaps the bone has broken the muscle booklet, even if so two people are also the vitality turn well up, rush out dozens steps stand firm the figure staggering. Suddenly, the heart of two people a greatest sense of crisis floats, the sound of grating breaking space transmits at this moment, that jade corner horn that the old snake head withstand top projects together dazzling magnificent light, such as a Taoist priest several meter sharp sword cuts generally to two people. Walks. Yi Fan and Peng Bo changed color, do utmost, is leaving behind two afterimages same place. Quote, that Taoist priest reaches 20 meters divine glow, cuts many ancient wood directly broken, leaves behind together the terrifying big crack in the ground, even if several giant stone that prevents the way, was cut as two halves, the fracture is smooth, such as cuts the tofu general. The becomes a spirit monster snake was too terrifying. Yi Fan and in the Peng Bo heart braves cold air, in this world really does not have the free midday feast, wants anything, does not pay the price is impossible. If not because the ruins deep place had the drastic change, they simply do not have an opportunity to pick jade serpent orchid, even so, at this moment pursued heaven enters roadless impossible. We most can also support 7.5 minutes. Thump. Suddenly, on instantly, the ruins deep place that two people words just fell resounds a stuffy sound, Yi Fan and Peng Bo such as was struck by lightning, body severe tremor, a heartache, but that great snake, tumbles directly on the ground, sways from side to side the huge snake body fiercely, grinds a big piece the surrounding forest. Walks quickly, the steady immobilized mind, Yi Fan and Peng Bo such as fly to go, does not dare to stay the moment. The depressed sound stopped, the trim ruins constrained, Yi Fan and Peng Bo are unable retreat, the old snake to block their circuit, can only continue to go forward. Quick, before two people arrive at together more than 100 meters high giant stones, climbed up along the vine, looks into the distance backward. Damn, that old snake pursued got down. Distant place, forest in turbulent, although the speed of Jade Corner, horned snake slowed down, the path that but is actually passing through along two people pursues. This way is not the means that perhaps it has really expelled ruin's most deep place us. Yi Fan and Pang Bo feeling is not wonderful. This type of becoming a ghost thing, is not really good to provoke. Well, the front has the person's shadow to rock. Yi Fan shows the surprised look, in the front has several persons' shadows fast to go through in the mountainous region. Pang Bo looks into the distance, said, is Li Lin, Li Yun and Han Feiyu they? What it seems like that several people fight with us is the same idea, wants to enter the ruins deep place while this rare opportunity, collects wantonly. In this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at one mutually, all, hee, smiled. Two people climbed fast, then with lightning speed, flushes away toward the front. Li Lin, Li Yun and Han Feiyan and the others the goals are to abolish the ancient building thing of deep place. They have Pang Bo to understand this stretch of primitive ruins compared with Yi Fan. They know, today is so unusual, definitely is not reason that because Beast King slaughters, was ancient building group there of ruins deep place had the accident mostly. If can go down to that place smoothly, perhaps we'll have the big chance that is inconceivable, must know that this stretch of ruins or remain from ancient desolate era. Some people are close to here, unexpectedly has the similar idea with us. Li Yun reveals murderous intention, said, staying little while intercepts them, perhaps they have sought what spirit object also perhaps. Is Pang Bo also has that named Yi Fan's waist. Li Lin murderous aura is dense, looks at two people who are close to fast, said, dares to close up to here, court's death. On the face of Han Feiyu was full of the look of hatred, in the eyes projected two ruthless offenses the rays. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's speed is quick, but arrived at not far away in a minute. Li Lin, the Li Yun brother, has not thought that will run into you, fate. The appearance that Yi Fan and Pang Bo happened simultaneously pleasantly surprised, whole face the color of move, the family member who has a reunion not to see for a long time is probably common, flushed fast, happiness and warm feelings that could not say. 1 day does not see such as separates the 3 autumn, 2 days do not see or 6 years, finally met again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo arriving near with long hurried strides, wished one could to throw grasped several people in the past, expresses joyous feelings. This lets Li Lin and Li Yun several people of whole bodies immediately is not comfortable, lives goosebumps fast, all cannot help but shivers. Li Lin reveals the color of dislike immediately, swept Pang Bo, contemptuously looked at Yi Fan, said, little must try to get close, regardless of you make anything to be useless, is hard to change anything. She stands on a giant stone, is overlooking Pang Bo and Yi Fan, reveals the ruthless offense the look, cold sound said, you are really bold, did not fear that die young in this forest, the ruins deep place is not the waste can come casually. The Li Yun look also ices coldly incomparable, is staring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo sneers again and again, he is considering whether immediately take action. What only worry is feared that the Wu Qingfeng elder has left behind the mark on Pang Bo, when the time comes can trace to have anything. Although they shame two people like this, and revealed dense murderous intention, but Yi Fan and Pang Bo actually look like the bystander general, complete originally ripe, joined several worlds. What was more excessive was two people holds on the hand of Han Feiyu together, said again and again, Han Feiyu, you are really a good person. What spiritual medicine did you pick? The body how were full of the strongly fragrant flavor. Li Lin murderous intention reveals completely, the moles of corners of the mouth tremor gently, but she changes the color in an instant immediately, said, some are not right, how to float fishy smell stink. Rumbly. At this moment, several people of vibration that felt the land, then looked backward. That is, snake spirit. Old snake becomes a spirit, that is the Jade Corner, horned snake. Several people on the scene all change color, see only old snake governing wind that lives the alone corner, horn line, the vegetation all folds, two clashes fast to hear, the strong fishy smell stink makes one desire vomit. Damn, is your two people. Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu and the others want to understand all these in an instant. Wishes one could frustrates the bone to raise the ash Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately, but at present is actually not the time getting angry. Several people turn around to escape, distressed incomparable. Han Feiyu, you are really the good person. Yi Fan and Pang Bo makes a getaway, while to behind Han Feiyu and the others said like this. Chapter 2, 12 p.m. renews, to the list, asking fellow book friends to help. At that time the online brothers and sisters under the support, needed the member click and recommendation ticket. When the time comes can receive the essence in the book review area message. Number 52, immeasurably deep. At this moment, Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu and the others wished one could to receive work to peel Yi Fan and Pang Bo. How to see, how to think. Two people smiling faces are very inexpensively obscene. Under pulls out and owes the flat appearance. Naturally, this merely is their feeling, that's all. In fact, Yi Fan and Pang Bo actually think smiles quite bright. Two people whole body fine hair condo open up, feeling quite comfortable. Pang Bo, you court death purely, I could not forgive you. Li Lin cursed, the attractive cheek ice was cold, brings face scary baleful aura. Li Yun is also angry, this is the unexpected misfortune, unfathomable mystery is chased down by snake spirit completely, he shouted, Pang Bo, you are compelling us, even if you are the immortal seedling, since then does not die continuous. That waste, you are waiting, I must butcher you personally. Pooh, the 5 colors gas cloud spout comes. Probably a piece of colored clothing cover to the people. Li Lin and Li Yun does not dare to open the mouth immediately again. To clashes fast forward, was for fear that covered by the snake venom. Quote. At this moment, a pitiful yell transmits. One of them avoids, regarded to turn into the corpse water, became including the bone exceptionally burned black, smashing of nearly corrosion. The people are afraid, this monster snake was too fearful. Casual gas cloud turns into withered bone cultivator, making people scared. But those who most let Li Lin and Li Yun and the others resented, Pang Bo runs is quicker than the rabbit, clash and jumps in front, their distant flinging in behind, regarded the human shield to set the base them completely. In waist Yi Fan as for their eye are quicker, to the forefront, leads in the people, making this Han Feiyu and the others have a going wild feeling. Ran up to front of them including a waist, making these aptitude uncommon disciple feel sad, angry at the same time hates itself secretly. Quote, the old snake is getting more and more near, head that jade corner, horn blooms magnificently intense divine glow, cuts the sky, probably a lightning to clashes to generally, who, sets up one person at the scene chops for 2 halves, bright red bloody water splattering on nearby several people of bodies, makes their ghost all brave immediately. Quote. Has female cultivator to yell panic-stricken, the bloody brutal fact, making them feel own tiny, in the face of the powerful snake monster, there these just stepped cultivates the person of path to collapse at the first blow radically. Rumble, the earth shock, the jade corner, horned snake eye flood red light, the steamroll crosses the forest land, approaches the people fast. In the fright and suffering, some people cannot bear shout. Motherfucker, hate the sound said, how his motherfucker, that waste runs is so quick, does not have the shadow quickly. How damn waste, runs compared with us also quick. Everyone hates the root itchy, in the heart is not extremely balanced, waste fuel thin genfei in their eye is ordinary, is treading the grass sharp vanguard, fluttered simply quickly. These 2 bastards, waited to find the opportunity, I must be cut to pieces them. The Li Lin fine face covered entirely the cold frost, on the face not only has the anger, and has the terrified, but has no means. Although these people cultivation base is uncommon, but cannot contend with the snake monster. As for Li Lin and Li Yun, although aptitude is outstanding, but just joined spirit ruins sanctuary 3 years of that's all, although the cultivation base progress is amazingly quick, but has not repaired, God Rainbow, eventually, cannot governing be spatial and good, can only run in the ground. Although their cultivation base are more powerful than Yi Fan and Pang Bo, but the physical body actually cannot with taking holy fruit 2 people has compared, Yi Fan and Pang Bo completed the shedding body, exchanging bones transformation, the physique is not general cultivator can compare, therefore several people of distant flinging in behind. Li Lin and Li Yun and the others naturally know, the person who the Jade Corner, Horned Snake most resents is Yi Fan and Peng Bo. Definitely was they picks by snake hole spiritual medicine, caused the snake monster to chase down. These people change the direction unceasingly, does not want also to have Peng Bo to go the same way with Yi Fan, wants to get rid of the old snake. However, what makes several people going wild is, Yi Fan and Peng Bo such as quack remedy is ordinary, depended on them thoroughly, the speed was extremely fast, whiz whiz whiz, several then circled, continued to lead in front of them. Several people of lungs were about to explode with rage. Li Lin ignored own beautiful woman image, put down the face countenance, the crack shouts, "Motherfucker," said, "His motherfucker." Surnamed Pang, that waste, my Li Lin remembered you. Was pursued by the Jade Corner, Horned Snake crazily expels. Life and death is difficult to predict, now is obliquely the waste by Li Lin and the others repeatedly, even if the clay figurine also 3 points of hot tempers. Yi Fan also shouted abuse, his paternal grandmother. I surnamed Li also remembered you, but was as not interested in you, rubbed clothes bored with. Peng Bo also then aggravates the situation, said, rubbing clothes bored surnamed Li you have the time to curse us, might as well accumulate the strength to cope with the following monster snake. Irritated me, the whole body of Li Lin Air, chi shivers, but actually has to go all out to dash. Does not dare the extremely scattered mind. Li Yun gets angry in behind exclaims, you two bastards, we're too lacking virtue, I cursed you dead like a dog. Your paternal grandmother, who is lacking virtue. You have wanted to remove both of us, now the chance encounter, gets what one deserves your bad luck. Li Lin, Li Yun and Han Feiyu bin mad could not speak quickly, met these two people, they felt 8 lifetimes bloody bad luck. Now life and death hangs in a space. Outside abatement Li Lin, Li Yun and Han Feiyu, several other people obviously were weak. Some people bring the weeping voice, shouts to the front greatly, I said too small junior brother. Who is your small junior brother? Yi Fan and Peng Bo very not satisfactory this name. Wrong, I said that 2 big brothers, that several people bring the weeping voice, shouts, especially that waist big brother, you said you run that quick. Does not absolutely need to follow you hurry the running distant point, I asked you. Yi Fan was pursued such a long time, the life may lose momentarily here, does not have the ordinary day gentleness, hearing this instead to scold at this moment directly, your grandmother, who is the waste. Peng Bo also then shouts greatly, your several people do not want to remove R2, now also makes you taste the taste that the life is in a precarious state. Said these, he disperses the foot to increase speed to dash about wildly, flee and to clashes, is quicker than the rabbit, suddenly cast off several people by far. Pu Tong, in the middle of Li Lin several people, rear that cultivator complexion is gloomy, draws the little snake venom, is weak, throws down on the ground. The Jade Corner Horned Snake 2 clashes, the huge snake body ground the meat sauce his body directly, spattered in all directions 1 string of blood splashes. The scene was extremely bloody. CC. The sound that the great snake sticks out the tongue conveys, then disciple was being torn by an invisible strength, flying upside down goes, in an instant submerges in the big mouth of Jade Corner, Horned Snake. Quote, he exudes a frightened and rapid cry nearly with enough time, then stops suddenly, a blood splash braved from old snake that dense white space between teeth, then that person was then pouched in the snake abdomen exactly. In fact, in the process of swallowing, the body of that person has melted. This terrifying, making everyone feel coolly incomparably scared, from the beginning to the foot. From his getting more and more near, the Jade Corner Horned Snake no longer spurts the snake venom, no longer projects divine light by head Jade Corner horn, but opens blood gate big, puts out the snake wick, holds breath by an extremely fearful suction, swallows into the abdomen. Blood splash splash, the person by its swallow alive, the faint trace bloodstain was flowed following its advantage tooth. In an instant, 45 people lose the life, outside abatement Yi Fan and Peng Bo, was only left over Li Lin, Li Yun as well as Han Feiyu. Peng Bo, that waste, you are waiting, my great uncle will certainly make you live to might as well die, defeats the bone to raise the ash you. Han Feiyu is alarmed and afraid, angry is yelling. At this moment, he runs in the rear, must become the next target of Old Snake shortly. The Old Snake puts out 2 to 3 meters snake wick, drops next big venom, corrodes to brave the faint trace white smoke the ground, a pair of blood color pupil locked Han Feiyu. No, Han Feiyu yelled panic-stricken, he felt body one light, was being torn by an invisible strength, the lift off, flies toward the huge mouth of Old Snake. In this critical juncture, Han Feiyu took out the azure wood seal, is extremely heavy valuable seal to bloom the green light, the faint trace azure mist winds around inside, the violent force pounded. Bang! The azure wood seal strikes solid in the head of Old Snake, its shaking of pounding, but simply has not damaged slightly, its alone corner horn projects Tao spirit glow, divided to fly the azure wood seal all of a sudden, numerous falling in the distant place, pounded fine powder one pile of rocks. Azure wood treasure seal has not ruined, after all this is the Han Feiyu great uncle for the weapon that his sacrifice refining up personally, wooden seal inscribed many Tao runes, lay out all sorts of powerful, potential, destroyed very much difficultly truly. Han Feiyu cultivation base is insufficient, was unable to play the true might of valuable seal, at present cannot injure the jade corner, horned snake. Great uncle, saves a life. Was attracted Han Feiyu of midair to yell by the snake monster panic-stricken, at this moment the side jade pendant of his chest front glitters magnificent light, forms light screens, decided him in the air, Old Snake was hard to swallow in the entrance him. Han Feiyu remembers unexpectedly, this is the jade pendant that his great uncle urged him to carry along, now looks like leaves his critical juncture to maintain life to use. On the cliff of distant place, suddenly to together green glow, together person's shadow control god rainbow, but, arrived at the near suddenly. The Old Snake heart dreaded, went to retreat fast, discarded Han Feiyu in midair. Li Lin and Li Yun revealed the happy expression immediately, Han Feiyu yelled, said, great uncle saves me quickly. The god rainbow two clashes, the green light twinkle, body rickets, the old person of having hair disheveled appears here, holds Han Feiyu, leading him to land on the ground. Li Lin and Li Yun rushes to go forward to salute upon meeting. The distant place, Yi Fan and Pang Bo also stopped, 2 people look at each other in blank dismay, feels somewhat anxiously, wants to escape immediately, but discovered that old person's vision swept their several eyes, immediately then no longer acted rashly. Can control the god rainbow powerhouse, if locks them, wants to escape is impossible, 2 people have not moved the footsteps, static standing watches there. This old person body is not high, skin and bones, in addition rickets body, high 1 meter 5. He has hair disheveled, the snow-white long hair, all covered the face, cannot see clearly their appearances, can only see that his pair of hand is withered, the skin is holding the bone, probably pitch black bird claw is common. Elder Han you rush luckily promptly, otherwise after we died here. Li Lin and Li Yun went forward to salute upon meeting. Like this said that simultaneously toward Yi Fan and Pang Bo wicked stared, said, this time you died. But Han Feiyu clenches jaws, is saying anything to the old person unceasingly in a low voice, from his look can see that once is disadvantageous to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, when looks to hear as gloomy and callous, was full of the hatred. Skinny such as old ghost Elder Han has not paid attention to at present 3 people, he looks at the front jade corner, horned snake nods unceasingly. The sound is low and deep and hoarse, probably will die momentarily general, said, good, very good, the snake spirit jade corner, horn is the refined medicine good material. The jade corner, horn snake spiritual wisdom, has induced the danger, retreat, the snake wick puts out rapidly unceasingly, wants to run away to go. In old person who this moment has hair disheveled, such as the ghosts and demons flutter generally forward, does not want to put it to depart. The old snake opens mouth to spout gas cloud, submerged him instantaneously, but the green light twinkle, one group of mysterious magnificent light appear in Elder Han outside the body, kept off the snake venom outside completely. Quote, that jade corner, horn that the old snake head withstand, top erupts piece of blazing divine light, several dazzling divine glow ran out, pierces toward Elder Han. Dang dang dang, if the divine weapon junction strikes the sound resounds, Elder Han grasps a azure wood ruler, routes all divine glow completely, making it disperse in the forest lands. The jade corner horned snake felt that the danger, turned around to run away fast, wants to be far away from here. However, Elder Han no longer gives it the opportunity. In the withered body runs out a 12 green glow suddenly, 12 green single sticks enlarge fast, the insertion ground, forms as shackles respectively, is stranded the jade corner horned snake in inside. Automatic shutting jade corner horn, to destroy it, I blew you exactly. Elder Han words Yin Chi is dense, is staring at that jade corner horned snake. The old snake as if records extremely angrily, in the eyes ominous light a big magnificence burst. The jade corner horn as the ray is more radiant, wants to assemble all divine force, conducts strikes finally. Obviously, Elder Han will not make it send out this to strike. 12 green single sticks bloom the blue spooky ray. Above his carving runic patterns seems like the snakeworm to wriggle generally. 12 wooden sword green light a big magnificence burst. Murderous aura is then dense, simultaneously cuts toward the center. Poo poo poo. The blood spout. 12 green single sticks cut round number 10 jade corner, horned snake at the scene. The blood of giant snake body blowout seems like creek general gurgling to flow. The stench greets the nostrils, blood mist scattered at the scene, intermittent gas cloud. The distant place, Yi Fan and Pang Bo held breath a cold air chi. The Han Feiyu great uncle was too fearful, raised hand to lift in the feet to cut to kill snake spirit, its profound immeasurable cultivation base made people scared. The body of old snake is tyrannical, can easily grind towering ancient wood, twists the broken giant rock, the snake body firm such as diamond divine iron, but actually cannot block that 12 green wooden sword, was cut to kill instantaneously here, the blood like the river, the ground accumulated the bloody water. Elder Han that this has hair disheveled, rickets the body makes people feel intermittently frightened. Fellow book friends, I want the member to click, I must recommend the ticket. Open double angle bracket shrouding the heavens close double angle bracket need everyone to jack. It is not this chapter. On Monday I continue to renew 3 chapters, invited under the brothers elder sisters great support, gave me the power. In the book review area transmission essence, everyone can leave a message to receive. Number 53, Elder Han. The green light twinkle, 12 green single sticks were contaminated in the snake blood had the life probably, resembling in absorbs the blood essence, green wooden sword body even more clear, was short of 1 point of plane, were many several points of favor, probably turned into the emerald sword. Some magnificent light actually strange monster that the non-overflow exits, the blue is spooky, somewhat looks like ghost fire, finally, brushes, several light sounds, flies back fast, submerges in Elder Han that withered body. He grasps azure wood rulers stand forth, arrives at the blood within, knocks gently, flaked the jade corner horn, then changes in the snake corpse, picked a giant snake guts, fresh blood dripping. He pinches the broken gallbladder by the bird claw finger, then pushes in the bile own mouth, finally also squeezes in the mouth the gallbladder, chewed, swallowed. Oh, although is very bitter, but soon loses the life force physical body regarding my, is really one type makes up greatly, the guts of snake spirit is uncommon. His words are spooky, the ghost air chi densely, even if Li Lin and Li Yun is somewhat scared. Afterward, he starts to refine the snake blood, snake venom in the extremity, simply does not have a waste, finally takes in together in all materials the green light, suddenly all vanishes does not see. Your several were too bold, rushed to here unexpectedly. Elder Han has hair disheveled, the face was covered, but is conceivable he at this moment gloomy appearance. Because his words are very cold, said, do not say as you, is divine force source gurgling expert that but flows does not dare easily the thorough ruins deep place. Great uncle I knew wrong. Han Feiyu lowers the head, does not dare some to argue slightly, as if fears Elder Han. Li Lin and Li Yun dangling head, does not dare to look to the front old person. You, although some cleverness in trivial matters, want to take advantage when ominous birds and beasts fleas comes in thoroughly, but actually forgot a matter, this world must speak relied on the strength, does not reach the absolute altitude, even if somewhat slightly plans does not have the slight use. At this point the Elder Han tone was slightly gentle, said, ruins deep place had the drastic change, is I must handle affairs carefully, otherwise must meet the sorrow of life. Okay, you leave now immediately, 10,000 cannot come back again. Yes. Although 3 people comply, but has not gotten out of the way immediately, the eye sweeps to Yifan and Peng Bo that direction, murderous intention reveals completely, does not have slight concealing. Has not walked. Although Elder Han has hair disheveled, blocked from the appearance, but sense among the silk actually to project too severe glow at this moment, immediately makes 3 people feel that an ice-dense chill in the air, they do not dare to stay again, walks toward the mountain forest fast. Elder Han walks toward Yifan and Peng Bo. His body such as punt pole wood in general withered, a black clothes bound probably on a short bamboo pole, was joined to the white hair that had hair disheveled again, the whole person appeared the gloomy terrifying. He such as the spirit does not have a sound, the foot not to moisten generally, floats forward, passes as sending the death or a heavy flavor. Yifan and in the Peng Bo heart was anxious immediately, the old person of this skin and bones was too gloomy. 2 people felt that the scalp somewhat tingles with numbness, at this moment is not in spirit ruin's sanctuary, if the opposite party catches them to go to refine medicine, that may really be so distressed as so distressed. The Elder Han foot does not moisten arrives at the near, the sneering acoustic image that in the mouth sends out as a night of owlet is crying aloud, making the person whole body fine body hair but actually vertical, this does not seem like the sound that the living person makes simply. Can escape from jade corner, horned snake mouth, and picked jade serpent orchid, good. He nods again and again, is staring at Yifan and Peng Bo, among the white hair projects to offense glow, sizes up Yifan and Peng Bo unceasingly. 2 people were commended by him like this, the whole body is uncomfortable, especially heard him saying that, good, 2-word time, Felton does not seem like commending that their performance, but probably is carefully examining their bodies. Yifan and in the Peng Bo heart is scared, at present this like old ghost Elder Han, life essence completely, will be thinking the means refinement to return from the grave pill, like this is staring at them, lets person have one's hair stand on end. Has seen Elder Han. Yifan and Peng Bo go forward to salute upon meeting, at present simply does not have the means to run away, the opposite party can control the god rainbow the line, can catch up instantaneously. You as if somewhat fear me. Does not use this, actually I like youngster very much, particularly as full of life force and energy youngster. The Elder Han sound was low and deep and hoarse, forwards several steps, looked at Peng Bo, then the vision fell on Yifan's, blazing incomparable, seemed like sizing up own goods general simply. Yifan nearly as direct a fist to wield, Peng Bo could not hold, is going take action, but in this moment, Elder Han is sudden. Patted the Yifan's shoulder gently, if then the spirit flutters generally backward, left 2 people. I favor you, from now on practicing well. The words are incapable, appears death aura heavy, he disappears in an instant 2 people at present, flies to the ruins deep place. What meaning of this old codger? Peng Bo reveals the color of doubt, thinks a moment ago Elder Han wants take action, does not think that he departed unexpectedly like this. This old bastard. The Yifan's complexion is not very attractive, cursed in a low voice. That naked vision not covers up radically, unscrupulous, he as if regarded his private goods me, damn, I cursed his in dire straits in the ruins deep place. Peng Bo suggested, we hurry to leave here, while that old codger under did not have the evil behind the scenes manipulator, the farther the better. Escaping and does not run away is the same, he does not have to begin directly. Definitely has scruples the Wu Qingfeng elder. But looks at his so stance, as if all are completely grasping, does not know that he actually wants to make anything. In the wooded mountains of distant place, Han Feiyu is puzzling, thinks his great-uncle must grasp Yifan to go to refine medicine directly, does not want to settle down merely the moment, then light departure. Li Lin and Li Yun are clenching jaws, they see Elder Han to go far away, discussed in a low voice, wants direct result Yifan and Peng Bo's life. Peng Bo is the immortal seedling, the body has the mark that the Wu Qingfeng elder leaves behind mostly, killed their words, can perhaps find out all of a sudden as we do. Finally, departure that 3 people resent, is suppressing murderous intention, without take action. At this moment, a streak of divine light has delimited the expansive sky, charges into the ruin's deep place. As the Wu Qingfeng elder, Yi Fan and Peng Bo looked at one mutually, reveals the happy expression. At this moment, the ruin's deep place is very without doubt dangerous, but Yi Fan and Peng Bo have not retreated, but as the choice continues to go forward. Does not enter ruin's most deep place, we seek in the time's deep place, could discover several similar jade serpent orchid same spiritual medicine. Two people felt, danger centralized in ruin's most deep place, there had the astonishing accident, other regions should be safe on the other hand. In wooded mountains quiet, forwarded more than 10 li, 0.5 kilometers, Yi Fan and Peng Bo saw many cornerstones and rubbles. The vegetation are also hard to cover these ruins' vestiges completely. But in this process, they finally believe firmly, not all ominous bird barbarian beast ran away. They saw in several regions not compared with jade corner, horned snake weak tyrannical creatures, all partly hides in the cavern, anxious. Thump. At this moment, the ruin's deep place depressed voice resounds again. Yi Fan and Peng Bo felt and immediately the heart trembles, probably had anything to stress their heart, a severe pain. Two people physicals far exceed the average man, still some ill feelings, staggered retreat several steps the steady immobilized figure, a complexion blanch, the feeling somewhat was all alarmed and afraid. Is anything, you perceive, this depressed sound, the gap was getting more and more short. Moreover, two people also felt that incomparably boundless life aura transmitted from the ruin's deep place. What idea do you have? Peng Bo asked. Yi Fan shakes the head, said, I have a very absurd association, after I feel like some tyrannical creature's deep sleep endless years, is reviving slowly. Peng Bo shows the surprised look, said, you should not want to say that that depressed sound is its heartbeat. At this moment, the sound of breaking space is lingering on faintly, more than 10 Tao spirit rainbows cut the expansive sky one after another, charges into the ruin's deep place. The recommendation ticket, must recommend the ticket support urgently needed, fellow book friends violently. Reads to cast a ticket, can jack open double angle bracket shrouding the heavens close double angle bracket, needs everyone's support. This is first, has two today. Number 54, Ancient Palace. It seems like, the spirit ruins sanctuary elders were alarmed, were catching up one after another to hear. At this moment, the weather has gotten dark, in sky stars. Two people led the way again several li, 0.5 kilometers, arrives at ruined places, here infertile, is completely scorched earth, the cornerstone that only then splits, and rubble of disruption, other anything does not have. In the dim light of night, here passes a sending mysterious aura, has the light black fog to wind around. Over 10,000 years, how in this vestige not to have grown the plant over the past several thousand years since birth, is really somewhat strange, can be called a stretch of barren land, the place that the bird does not defecate. The Peng Bo somewhat discontented whisper, he was feeling some hunger and thirst at this time, wants to pick some wild fruits to appease hunger cannot. He just said that these words, suddenly was hit by a great strength on the body, staggering, the plump, throws down in the darkness. Yi Fan stares dumbfounded, hardly can believe own eye. That Peng Bo rubs jumped, then watches, immediately felt scalp tingles with numbness, fast retreat. In front, an ice-cold corpse static there, old skin is wrapping the bone horizontally, just like the withered firewood general, unexpectedly as a dry corpse. Dry corpse that this, what's the matter, where comes? Peng Bo feels as somewhat scared, unfathomable mystery was pounded by a dry corpse, no matter what who must feel uneasy. Yi Fan also surprised uncertain, he had not noticed how a moment ago the corpse appears. They size up unceasingly all around, this deeply worried ruins spacious, besides the rubble of ground, anything does not have. But as so, more makes people feel that in heart difficult secure, here is one piece is abandoned the endless years ancient land, perhaps really has some dirty things. The weather is getting more and more black, the starlight is gloomy, the ruins surrounding darkness, has the light mist to wind around. How gloomy, more and more cold. Peng Bo was somewhat afraid, the whole body braves the cold air, said, this corpse from crashing. We hurry to leave here. Yi Fan thought that some are not wonderful, this place is not suitable stays for a long time. This is what bird place, so to be how weird. Pangbo said in a low voice. The back whiz braves the cold air. Bang! At this moment, Pangbo was pounded to turn again in the place. He crawled rolling, were many a dry corpse in its side. Who does not have the public spirited, how to tumble the corpse? This joke is not funny, two people whole body sense coolly, had goosebumps, all around unceasing glance. Two withered corpses, on the ground, the body hold to some clothing horizontally, touched to turn into the powder gently, does not know that had many years. You or anything, comes out. Bang! Another corpse appears, knocked Pangbo. Your sir, look that my Pang quite bullies. Pangbo while alarmed and afraid, is somewhat indignant, Yi Fan inside, unexpectedly by not pounding. As what ghost thing, hurries. Yi Fan drinks slowly. Bang! Ancient ruins outbreak an earthquake, raised to fly Yi Fan, but Pangbo is also in an extremely difficult situation, tumbling to be very far. Bang, and, bang, and, bang. This time, is not only Pangbo, is Yi Fan is also hit again and again, ancient corpse drop from the clouds, pounded to turn two people. If the common flesh and blood, at this moment perhaps the bone has broken the muscle booklet, is their physique is superior, has not had the danger. In the ground presents dozens corpses, here Yin Chi is dense, cold piercing, probably fell in the icehouse general, two people was scared, does not know why we'll have all these brushes. In this moment, Yi Fan felt that own back all fine body hair set upright, has probably anything to be close fast. His does not return, quickly flushes away forward, then shifts the body fast, hides to the one side, rapidly like lightning. Two green spooky rays scraped past with him, stopped beyond dozens meters, probably ghost fire was ordinary, unceasing beat. Meanwhile, this stretch of ruins, jet black like black ink, pitch dark, the stars in sky were submerged, cannot see again. Was haunted. Pangbo subconscious traces to the side, what a pity great thunderclap temple bronze plaque has not brought to come out. At this moment, beyond abatement that two green spooky ray, there anything could not see, black fog covered the thorough trim ruins. Two groups of green lights can have the wash bowl as so big respectively, probably two groups of ghost fire, seem like a pair of giant pupil, Yin Chi in the black fog is dense. Really has the dirty thing. Yi Fan and Pangbo were anxious immediately. Brushes. This time, two groups of green light traveling speed or fast, suddenly arrived at the near, is still plunges Yi Fan. Pangbo wants to help, but was actually pounded to fly by 45 dry corpses. The green light speed is getting more and more fast, locked Yi Fan completely, in its surroundings right now left, magnificent light flashes, two green lights vanishes finally does not see, submerges in his body completely. Yi Fan. Pangbo calls out in alarm, but does not have the means to prevent all these. At the same time, Yi Fan felt that in sea of bitterness sheet ice is cold, probably was frozen generally, the profound law that his hurried revolution Tao scripture records, a little golden light blooms in an instant. Rumbly, the sound eruption of tsunami, Yi Fan's sea of bitterness turned into a piece of golden vastness, in surging forward, two groups of green light volumes in high sky. Bang! Severe tremor, two groups of green lights such as frightened general, flushed from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, avoided by far, at the same time Yi Fan's sea of bitterness returns to instantly normal, the yellow pisolite big golden light, divine lantern decides probably generally there. Brushes. The green light speed is extremely fast, after running out of Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, directly soars Pangbo to go, suddenly submerges in his body. Pangbo only cursed one with enough time, then straight pouring on the ground, this makes Yi Fan be startled, rushes over fast. Pangbo Yu Hao. However, but also without he arrived at the near, Pangbo then turns over, stands up to sit, both eyes become green spooky, stands up instantaneously, sends out low and deep roaring, probably the wild animal is common, coldly looks to Yi Fan, stared for several minutes, puts aside the vision. You or anything, leaves his body. Yi Fan drinks slowly. Bang! At this moment, the strong wind's writings, the trim ruins flying sand and rocks, the black fog is turbulent, Pangbo stands there, The uncombed hair dances in the air, then departs suddenly with stride, surroundings dozens ancient corpse all float, with him, as soon as takes off to the ruins deep place. Here instantaneous restored to sobriety and calmness, inundates heavenly stars to reappear in the vault of heaven, distant can see, Pangbo such as flies to go, the surroundings black fog fills the air, the dust sand tumbles, binds to bring dozens ancient corpse, goes far away gradually. Pangbo, Yi Fan yelled, took a step to pursue in behind. Pangbo's speed at this moment was too fast, compares favorably with sufficiently the control god Rainbow, but the group these elders, with lightning speed, disappear in the Yi Fan's line of sight instantaneously. After Pangbo was occupied the body, life and death is difficult to predict. In this moment, Yi Fan is anxious, cannot catch up with the opposite party. Front, air-to-air remote, Yi Fan does not have other choice, starts to set out to the ruins deep place, now cannot attend to the consideration front being dangerous. By night, Yi Fan does not know that many li, 0.5 kilometers, approached ruins most deep place finally, hear that depressed sound was more powerful, once in a while will resound. But just like is thrashing the heart of person general each time, Yi Fan complexion snow white, staggering, after his physique to hear, can only be able to support that's all reluctantly, traded to be the average person, the heart has exploded inevitably broken. Here forest is gradually scarce, broken ancient building are getting more and more, the spiritual energy is also getting more and more rich, vigorous life force, even must look like treasured land compared with spirit ruins sanctuary. Thump, also is a depressed sound, Yi Fan climbs up a mountain, looks into the distance forward. So-called, ruins most deep place. In the front, the ancient building group is dense and numerous, although half collapsing, had turned into the ruins, but conceivable past broadness. But what is most astonishing, the continuous endless ancient building group, encircles unexpectedly in surroundings of volcano, their flame soars to the heavens, in the ring-like mountain pass really has the billowing magma in boiling, although has not flowed comes out, but is very scary, half sky heat. The endless grand ancient building thing, encircles in the surroundings of this volcano, making the person feeling very strange. Is extremely shocking in this moment Yi Fan, because he saw an inconceivable picture, as the boiling magma surges, in the crater clear grand ancient palace, the vicissitudes, often brave all over the body. Thump, the depressed sound sends out, from the volcano, or exactly said unexpectedly is, from that ancient palace that in the magma ups and downs, its light is shining, clear incomparable, aura of years is flowing, has the Tao spirit rosy cloud together to past. In the ancient building group under volcano, 5 meters divine bird, the golden light sparkle, the electric arcs wind around all over the body on the body, precisely 2 days ago with the lightning bird of Scale Ape King praying, its perfect appearance here, the Scale Ape King fate can be imagined. The lightning bird is the true super ominous bird, the Wu Qingfeng elder has the word, is he meets, can only detour to walk, it lords over in that stretch of built-up area, does not have any creatures dares to be close. Naturally, it is not only existence, in other architectural complexes, but also is distributing about 20 ominous bird and barbarian beast, is variation, mostly hears something never heard of before to see what one never saw before, each mystical is incomparable. For example, the centipede that lives the silver wing, has the arm is so thick fully, is 2 meters, is all over the body sparking, probably silver casting, static bending down in stretch of ruins, other creatures do not dare to overstep half step. Body barbaric ox, lives the lion and ferocious beast of whole body densely covered azure scale, as high as several meters, the hill stands probably generally in the ruins, monopolizes a region. Creatures about 20 such terrors, have the fearfulness of explanation ruins deep place fully, at this moment they surround the volcano all round, is gazing at that intensely an ancient palace that in the magma unceasingly ups and downs. But at this time, Yi Fan discovered Pangbo finally, is standing in stretch of ruins under volcano, his released a long breath. At this moment, the Wu Qingfeng elder also had several other old people to encircle it in middle, although did not have take action, but actually surrounded him. Spirit Ruins Sanctuary came about 20 old people, is similar to these ominous birds and beasts quantities, can say that the both sides' strength is close. That is, suddenly, Yi Fan discovered that he little considers as finished several people, has creatures on the volcano, a 2 meters high guy, on the both arms covered the scale, under shine of magma, lives the splendor shiningly. But in his side young girl, she did not have the both arms, only lives a pair of golden wing, in addition the full long hair such as the gold thread is also common, sparkling. Treats as an equal to them, a great snake, the head new actor, the underbelly lives the sharp claws, went beyond the category of snake completely, is the flood dragon in legend. In Yi Fan heart one cold, he thinks immediately, this is in the legend the big evil spirit, has been able to turn into the person. Quote. Yi Fan another startled, he discovers another side of the volcano, existences of 3 doubtful big monsters, a great man, Han, is extremely big and tall, the best pupil is 3 meters, although is the complete person, but the head actually lives 2 bullhorn. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also discovered 45 true human, a spirit ruins sanctuary leader who seems like had once met by far, in his sight also 4 white blanches must the old person, they are not far from the crater. Is defers to the strength equivalent choice completely the position, under volcano have several 10 ominous birds and beasts, spirit ruins sanctuary 1 group of elders, but on the volcano is existence of higher first level, their goals are completely same, for ancient palace in magma. Various all in short supply gaze fire mountain pass, their magma boiling, the ancient palace ups and downs of God's splendor twinkle, had power of time to past probably, making people feel ancient desolate aura. Second arrived, 1, but will be very mostly late, fellow book friends can tomorrow morning get up to look. Number 55, Monster Emperor Tomb. Spirit ruins sanctuary several elders to Pangbo take action, an old person's body runs out of a red light, turns into a scarlet big net, mesh clear, is glittering the bright red ray, probably the red agate sacrifice refining up, obstructs to gather together to go to Pangbo. Pangbo death aura at this moment heavy, the complexion is wooden, only has the both eyes green light to be sparkling, he outstretches both hands, by holding a day of potential supports upwardly, wants to rip open the red big net. Another elder body blooms purple light, a purple gold 8 trigrams gossip mirror appears in the hand, turns the hand goes to the Pangbo photo, purple light radiate all around, the ray is blazing, the shining purple light covers Pangbo immediately, decides him in that comes, misty purple chi passes in its surroundings. Brushes, the red big net falls smoothly, the Pangbo cover in inside, tied up a solidity sleepily. At this time Mr. Wu Qingfeng went forward, and referred to like the sword, magnificent light radiate all around, by divine force seal Pangbo, making him be hard to move. Yi Fan most as worried as Pangbo, saw that several elders take him, and that old person is very calm, finally showed a happy expression, immediately makes his loosen exhale, expected that cannot have the major problem. Thump, in the crater transmits the depressed sound again, this Yi Fan is prepared early, revolves the profound law of Tao scripture recording, the golden luminous spot in sea of bitterness overflows faint trace divine shine immediately, flows to his heart, in an instant makes him feel that felt better, is not several incomparable like the first times like that aches. The Yi Fan attention observes, discovered that these super ominous birds and beasts all cannot help but shivered several, but more than 10 elder also bodies of spirit ruins sanctuary 1 stiff, all came under the influence. This makes him quite surprised, has eaten holy fruit, has drunk divine spring, was really shedding body, exchanging bones, did not compare cultivation base as well as wheel of life and sea of bitterness, only by the current body and spirit, he as if not compared with these elder difference in many. Thump, and, thump, and, thump. Also is one after another 3 dull thumping sounds, the gap is very short, in the crater the magma is turbulent, blazing rays rushed to high sky, at night such as turned into the daytime. In this moment, magma gurgling, flowed from the crater, that light shining ancient palace floated directly, past sends out powerful life aura. On the volcano, the spirit ruins sanctuary leaders as well as 4 supreme elder, the body all blooms magnificent light, approaches to go slowly forward. Another side, several big monster that turns into the human form also takes a step forward, the magma that fearless runs out, The Ida's flicker is staring at that ancient palace, before arriving at crater, sweeps to several human cultivator. And, that both arms cover the guy of scale to shout to the spirit ruins sanctuary leader. Human, you went too far. The primitive ruins divide into two. You have spirit ruins sanctuary, now comes to our domains to compete for immortal depository, wants to provoke the conflict. Not far away, that is high as 3 meters, head lives a great man, Han, of pair of bullhorn also to make the vigorous sound, shouted, to make war, you bribe this ancient palace to give a try freely. The spirit ruins sanctuary leader does not fear with 4 supreme elder, one of them goes forward, said, this stretch of ruins are my human race left behind, now the heavy treasure appears, I and others this seeks the chance, originally is fair, why not having as the place. This stretch of primitive ruins are our residences, naturally cannot allow you and others this to seize the treasure. That does not have the arm, to live a pair of wing and young girl and coldly shouted of full golden long hair said, if you must bribe, do not blame our impolite. Here is my human race loses the ruins, can you taking advantage of occupying here, how to limit occupy. The spirit ruins sanctuary leader does not fear, although the words are tranquil, but actually passes as sending a fearful imposing manner. My flood dragon clan ancestors have the last words, here at all is not your human race's native land, is the imperial capital of monster race prosperous period, here all do not have the least bit to relate with you. That lives the alone corner, horn and abdomen to live the old flood dragon of sharp claws, although has not turned into the human form, but can actually the mouth spit the criticism, human language, its strength not compared with other person of weakness, but is not good at transforming carcasses that's all. Is impossible, here all buildings are the human race's styles, has the what business department with monster race. Spirit ruins sanctuary supreme elder interrogated. Both sides struggle to hold, does not yield mutually respectively, all for ancient palace that's all in magma. Thump. In ancient palace often makes the depressed sound, even if several big monster as well as spirit ruins sanctuary leaders and the others, somewhat cannot withstand in so the short distance, the complexion is not very attractive. Boiling magma, red unusual beautiful, gushes out unceasingly outward, such as the bright red bloody water is common, that light shining ancient palace raises slowly, is going to being separated from the crater gradually. A big monster must go forward, but actually that old flood dragon blocks, said, has waited for several days, cares about this time, making it break open restrictions before ancient desolate, do not intervene, so as to avoid has the accident surprise. Monster article, is my monster race's writing. At this moment, that lived the 2 horns and 3-meter great man, Han, to yell suddenly, said, looks quickly, is emperor monster races the article, is one generation of monster emperor remains inevitably. Entire ancient palace is built up by the 5 colors divine jade sacrifice, all over the body clear, the magnificent light twinkle, is really mystical, inscribes many ancient writing in its foundation place, some shapes like dragon and phoenix, some look like black tortoise Qilin, emperor monster race before precisely ancient desolate the article. Human you also had what words saying that fast left, this was great emperor before my monster race ancient desolate remains, related with your no least bits. At this moment, ancient palace divine light sparkles, the boundless aura that shows a fearful heart and soul, all colors divine shine winds around, is really uncommon. The spirit ruins sanctuary leader hears this word, first changes color, then stares at ancient palace carefully to watch, finally probably remembered anything, shows the incomparably exciting look, said, I knew, here is eastern wilderness monster race last great emperors buries the bone place. Several big monsters hear this word, the changes countenance, as all staring at that 5 colors ancient palace all, earnest and careful watching, they are surprised. That old flood dragon erectness, finds out the half body forward, expression grave, finally trembling sound said, truly is my monster race's great emperor imperial mausoleum, with not the slightest difference that the ancestor described. No matter what no one has thought, is built ancient palace that becomes by 5 colors divine jade, is the grave of monster race last emperor, unexpectedly deep conceals under the volcano, becomes less crowded until today's seal, along with the magma comes up turbulently, sees heavenly sun again. Eastern Wilderness last unifies monster race's great emperor. Is he? Certainly is he. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader talked to oneself unceasingly. The look is somewhat absent-minded. Several big monsters on the scene are righteous immediately. The old flood dragon said, "You know well, here is my monster race last divine emperor grave, has no relations with your human race, fast retreats." Several other big monsters all are up the power and influence beyond comparison. Dreadful monster chi shoots up to the sky rolling. Immediately camouflaged trim starry sky, here filled the air chi of withering. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader recovers, as if compares several big monsters to be excited. His trembling sound said, "Here, although is the monster race's great emperor grave, but has my human race's heavy treasure, today just should take back." Nonsense, will my monster race divine emperor grave, how have your human race's heavy treasure? You clearly want to steal my monster race's great emperor mausoleum. Several big monsters all reveal the anger, goes forward, blocks the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader, prepares take action at any time. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader look returns to normal, said, "I said as the facts. In years past, Eastern Wilderness monster race last great emperor can accomplish all the good fortune, split several tens of thousands years of monster race to unify in Eastern Wilderness together, pose the enormous threat to Eastern Wilderness, human race. A Eastern Wilderness human race's most precious object lost at that time, the legend was won by Monster Emperor. That shakes Eastern Wilderness, immortal standard Tao scripture, was analyzed at that time, lost very important one volume. The later generation, once some evidence pointed out, all are that monster race's great emperor behavior. To come, the Eastern Wilderness, most precious object, Tao scripture, most important one volume, here, should see heavenly sun today again." Such remarks, several big monsters all one dull, then both eyes all reveal the incomparably blazing ray. Even if monster race cannot cultivation Eastern Wilderness abstrusest human race immortal standard, Tao scripture, they also decide to stay behind. As for that human race most precious object, if really exists, naturally cannot let off. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader has not feared intent, when with several big monsters confront, unexpectedly on own initiative forward stepped astride. Thump, ancient palace that is completed by 5 colors divine jade, makes a depressed sound again. The strength of seal is passing fast, it has almost risen the crater place completely. Shah splendor circulation, the 5 colors divine light twinkle, the Eastern Wilderness monster race last great emperor's grave will soon reappear world completely. In the palace group under volcano, the lightning bird and other super ominous bird barbarian beast, Spirit Ruins Sanctuary more than 10 elders, could not all have repressed, goes forward toward the mountain on slowly. The distant place, Yi Fan witnessed all these, in his heart is not tranquil, but does not have the strength to go forward to compete, can only in this static watching. Number 56. Heart movement. In the ancient building group under volcano a streak of divine light shoots up to the sky. Divine shine is radiant, outshines the nighttime sky, flies toward the mountain peak that Yi Fan is. This makes him one startled immediately, thinks that had expert to discover him, turned very quiet, hidden after a giant stone motionless. Brushes. The god rainbow to clashes, the Wu Qingfeng elder descends on the mountain, places a secret place Peng Bo, then soars to the heavens to go, converges with others, goes forward to the volcano together. Yi Fan exits after the giant stone, walked fast. At this moment, Peng Bo by Spirit Ruins Sanctuary several elder seals. Both eyes had been shut tightly, the body is stiff, moves cannot move, the body has cyanogen, the complexion is not very normal, under the body surface has gloomy blue-green magnificent light to flow indistinctly slowly. As what thing entered his body? Yi Fan does not dare to touch the Peng Bo's body at will, after all by several elder seals, had divine force to fluctuate. At this moment, the crater atmosphere is exceptionally tight, human cultivator and monster race confront, both sides play out, does not yield mutually respectively, great war is ready to be set off. The old flood dragon erectness of whole body scarlet scale sparkle, such as a section of blood color great wall stands generally there, strength feeling shocking, he shouted loudly, the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary person, you really wants to break for several hundred years. Does the peace make war with us? The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader argued strongly based on reason, did not make concessions, said, the Eastern Wilderness human race's most precious object must take back, how could to fall in your monster race hand? As for immortal standard Tao scripture, that important one volume, this should saw heavenly sun again, vanished on the 10,000 years in the Eastern Wilderness land, was grasped by human race by rights ought to again. Monster race young girl who that lives a pair of golden wing, pretty moving, the voice is also very interesting to listen, has the magnetism, but actually the unusual domineering, filled killing intent, said, this is my monster race's great emperor grave, was pulled the human race's heavy treasure by you with, Tao scripture clearly thinks the highwayman monster emperor imperial mausoleum, but must find such excuse. If you are ready to go to war, goes forward freely. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader is unafraid, is strong, said, is and is not, we open ancient palace apparent. Without the Eastern Wilderness human race's most precious object with, Tao scripture, we carry a rod and asks for punishment immediately, allows somebody to have his own way handling. If there is a that two kinds thing, whatever we carry off, how? This also avoided a battle, is good in both sides. That lives the 2 horns and 3-meter great man, Han, the sound such as large bell is vibrating, making person eardrum buzz, said, heavy treasure that without you said with Tao scripture, when the time comes you will definitely pester endlessly, leaves behind other object to assert that under monster emperor is that 2 kinds thing. I mostem do not find to you, calls white black, confuses right and wrong, distorting the facts, is your specialties. The monster race's great emperor imperial mausoleum does not allow you to blaspheme. The atmosphere is getting more and more tight, both sides are not all willing to make concessions half-step, saw that this combat general is inevitable. These big monsters went too far, today in any event, we must take back belong to Eastern Wilderness human race's sacred relic. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader attitude is firm, stepped again on own initiative forward one step. This is you compels our take action. The beautiful young girl pair of wings show unfolds of that full golden hair, tens of thousands of way golden color god feather seems like golden divine arrow to pierce to go to the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader generally. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader big sleeve brandishes, immediately has misty purple chi to fill the air, then the angry sea and surging forward, prevents that endless god feather probably before. Kills. The monster race young girl voice is cold, body divine light blooms, the yellow golden god feather blots out the sky immediately, the dense and numerous, radiant rays link up into a single stretch, probably a golden unescapable net camouflage the vault of heaven, washes out the purple mist, covers the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader. In the leader body of Spirit Ruins Sanctuary runs out of purple copper furnace, immediately purple chi soars to the heavens, magnificent light radiate all around, purple divine glow vibrates to go toward the surroundings, all golden god feather completely cuns, 2.5 centimeters breaks, finally, bang, one sound change becomes everywhere golden light, forms one blazing golden energy fluxes, dazzling incomparable. Blonde few goddess colors ice cold, a pair of wings show unfolds, pair of golden divine sword flies to shoot, all over the body clear, the god's splendor is shining, the golden light of winding around seems like the flame in flaming to burn generally, cuts to kill to go toward the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader. The Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader puts out a hand gently a point, purple copper furnace shoots up to the sky immediately, the endless purple fire spout, covers that 2 golden divine sword, the blazing combustion, wants it at the scene refining. Bang, 2 divine swords seem like 2 lightnings, in everywhere purple magnificent light attacks, the sky of vibration is shaking gently. Kills. Blocks them. At this moment, several other big monster all take action, here monster chi soars to the heavens immediately, the murderous aura direct impact sky, monster strength surging forward, such as the desert is fluctuating, raging waves 1,000 heavy, sweeps across the upper air. At the same time, Spirit Ruins Sanctuary 4 Supreme Elder, all takes a step forward, in sea of bitterness divine force source boiling, divine light was all over the body brilliant, illuminated the trim sky, will attack to near monster chi twists the powder completely, 4 big powerhouse simultaneously take action. Here monster chi vertically and horizontally able to move unhindered, divine shine soars to the heavens, several big monster and human powerhouse great war again and again, multicolored sunlight radiate all around, various weapon everywhere dance in the air, making the nighttime sky shine like the daytime. The god drum, the immortal lamp, copper furnace, golden sword and 8 trigrams gossip mirror, the blood blade and flood dragon scale blade, has on the side of the life probably, turnover divine light, presses together, collides unceasingly, the sonorous sound is lingering on faintly, every is the contest of divine force one time, making the sky tremble lightly. But at this time, all over the body was glittering, the lightning glow sparkling lightning bird, resembled the silver centipede that the silver casting became and other super ominous bird barbarian beast also to arrive at the crater. At the same time, Wu Qingfeng and other spirit ruins sanctuary elders, rushed to hear from another side, confronts with these super ominous birds and beasts. Among them great war will also soon open. The distant place, in the Yifan heart difficult to be calm, distant waiting and seeing, crater above great war makes him turn one's thoughts toward a loved one dizzily, yearns. If Yifan does not have the idea to that monster emperor Tomb, that is impossible, but he is having a mind weak that's all. He wants to obtain that volume, Tao scripture, the name shakes the eastern wilderness, a mortal standard, important one volume, was regarded as important by monster race's great emperor, the inevitable no small matter, is, because he who he is urgent to need at present lacks the following practicing method. As for the so-called Eastern Wilderness human race heavy treasure, Yifan did not understand, no feeling, therefore is not excited, only has Tao scripture, lets his incomparable hope. Although he obtained ancient scripture in bronze ancient coffin, how regardless to see that engraves several hundred ancient character in heart does not seem like says practices specifically, seem like a general outline, at all is not he can comprehend at present thoroughly. Tao scripture, heaven shaking, is the immortal standard in legend. For several tens of thousands years, in the vast boundless eastern wilderness land, only then several ancient scripture may with it compound, but actually never has to exceed completely. It recorded the method of mysterious practicing, from cultivating wheel of life and sea of bitterness opens, to linking up heaven and earth divine bridge, reaches to other shore, enters next in body to cultivate mystic realm, all has the detailed explanation, is Yifan urgently needs the supreme immortal standard. Thump, and, thump, and, thump. At this moment, the depressed sound resounds unceasingly, the probably heart is beating fiercely, crater 5 colors magnificent light soars to the heavens, in dreadful monster chi and vast divine force the sky fluctuates routes completely. Scarlet such as the magma of blood in boiling, surges along the crater unceasingly outward, half sky heat. That grand ancient palace, the ups and downs, vibrate in the magma, its light is shining, all over the body clear, is flowing the aura of years. Bang! Last severe tremor, ancient palace raises from the magma in slowly, complicated mysterious monster marks are partly visible, but cannot imprison ancient palace, no matter what it floats off. Rumbly, the volcano shakes, grand ancient palace runs out of the crater, the dazzling ray illuminated this piece of ancient land, just like the daytime is ordinary, the stars of space completely gloomy, 5 colors divine light winds around. Several big monster and spirit ruins sanctuary powerhouse stops the battle immediately, all flushes away toward grand ancient palace, thinks that first opens the palace gate, enters inside, obtains monster race's great emperor inheritance and divine depository. Number 57. One page of gold book. In the middle of these powerhouse, if only by the speed, without doubt is the monster race young girl of that full blonde, her pair of wings fans, in the sky has 2 golden lightnings to delimit probably, her first to before ancient palace, extends the pair of wings toward shutting tightly the 5 colors jade gate pushes. Quote, however, what unexpected is, piece of 5 colors divine light runs out, raised to fly her at the scene, was better than her big monster to link like this was turning 56 somersaults. Others held breath cold air, does not dare to be negligent, all took out own weapon, rushes in abundance goes, wants to open the monster emperor tomb bedroom. Entire ancient palace is built up by the 5 colors divine jade sacrifice, probably cut the space and time to come, making people from ancient desolate feel a precipitation of time, but also the aura of some history. Ancient palace that clear sparkles, inscribes many ancient writing in its foundation place. The dragon-shaped writing is vigorous, the phoenix-shaped writing flies upwards, the black tortoise-shaped writing sinks to congeal, the Qilin-shaped writing atmosphere, such as the dragon-like phoenix, such as the turtle Qilin, the iron hook silver delimits, boundless powerful, emperor monster race before precisely ancient desolate article. These writing have the mysterious strength, people several impacts, are shaken by 5 colors divine light that they past fly, is inaccessible, cannot open the ancient palace front door. Bang! Several big monster and spirit ruins sanctuary powerhouse strikes with joint forces, purple copper furnace, golden sword and 8 trigrams gossip, mirror and flood dragon scale blade hit simultaneously on the ancient palace front door, finally shook it, opens wide a slit in rumble the sound. Immediately, a ancient desolate aura front surface throws, a powerful life fluctuation such as desert in turbulent, outside everyone will raise to fly at the scene. Thump, that depressed and powerful sound was more fearful, the complexion of people on the scene changes, felt ache that the heart place transmitted. However no one stays, after steady immobilized figure, first flushes away toward grand ancient palace. Chi chi chi, the magnificent light twinkle, various weapon turnover divine light, do not break diplomatic relation to strike, makes the intermittent sonorous sound, monster race powerhouse and human cultivator pushes before 5 colors ancient palace, the fight erupted again, no one wants to make the opposite party act swiftly to get there first, thinks that first 2 clashes. Before grand ancient palace, magnificent light is dazzling, monster chi soars to the heavens, both sides made true fire. This time is the war of life and death, everyone does not keep contingency plan, the monster emperor Tum Tum was too to them important. The blazing ray is glittering, the sky is trembling, various weapon turnover divine light, the impact, murderous aura passes through to the sky vertically and horizontally able to move unhindered, divine force surges, before ancient palace, nearly boiling. Great war is intense, the 7.5 minutes time. Spirit ruins sanctuary supreme elder retreats in defeat again and again, is gradually weak, was pierced the chest by a big monster, heart of half disruption living pulled out, blood splattering, contaminates on the big monster body, making him seem like incomparably ominous crazy. Spirit ruins sanctuary leader look ice cold, both of his hands pinches finger joints with the thumb, puts the strange path in the sky, inspires purple copper furnace to vibrate. The endless purple fog fills the air, in an instant including inhales in 2 big monsters' copper furnace. Bang! Purple divine fire is dreadful, the rending pitiful yell sound sends out from copper furnace, 2 big monsters were smelted in the flash livingly, finally only flutters 2 wisps of light smoke. Distant place, Yi Fan intermittent heart startled, this and other frigid praying or really fearful, he is somewhat hard to accept as modern people, he seriously was considering, when cultivator does have the significance, is worth. But at this time, more than 10 ominous birds and beasts and spirit ruins sanctuary on volcano elders also erupted great war, similarly frigid incomparable. Human form ferocious beast of extravagant mouth fang, lives half-foot long wool, looks very fierce, at the scene elder tearing his 2 halves, the blood splash, the broken corpse crashes, horrible to look. Side, spirit ruins sanctuary elder took out cuts the monster blade, sets up ominous bird chops for 2 halves, in dozens meters as the cold light, cuts monster blade magnificent light radiate all around, fresh blood dripping, horizontally in the air, is really bloody. In more than 10 super ominous birds and beasts, is especially most fearful by the lightning bird, it has extremely fast, soars to the heavens on, finds out the golden sharp claws, grasps the kraken elder took out god drum at the scene, but the dive drives several hundred thunder and lightning at the appointed time, dense and numerous, the thunderclap is intermittent, the electric light is sparkling, probably several meters sparking knife edges crashed. Ka-cha, spirit ruins sanctuary that elder controls the god rainbow to clash, but is still not able to evade, radically quickly several hundred lightnings, by electricity whole body burned black, shivered several, crashes in the crater, was embezzled by the turbulent magma. This great war filled bloody with slaughtering, Human and monster race had the casualties mutually, is fighting tooth and nail, wants first to break in monster emperor Tomb Sukanaka. This is the cultivator's life. Yi Fan talked to oneself, in his heart is not very tranquil, this imagines with him the governing rainbow, but the line and life of free and unfettered between heaven and earth is completely different. Perhaps, different cultivator have the different roads. At this point, his vision is limpid, reveals the firm and resolute color, said, since chose this path, must walk step by step. My destiny cannot control in others' hand, I must grow stronger. Suddenly, a light sound interrupted the Yi Fan's train of thought that the Pangbo whole body cyanogen of ground is hazy, and there is a blue-green ray to shine slowly in his body surface. Chi chi chi. Together the ray of light bunch from the Pangbos within the body circulation, that is Wu Qingfeng elder layout Dao runes, the seal strength of leaving behind, however all flushed at this moment, seal expiration. At the same time, the green spooky ray blooms in Pangbo's sea of bitterness, his body shakes, that both eyes brush opened, projects two green glow, strange monster is incomparable. Meanwhile, in the Pangbo's forehead also has a face on presence strange rune, some are the insignificant stripes, some taking the form of writing. Rune of these doubtful writing, or take the form of dragon and phoenix, either just like black tortoise, flying dragon snake that but also some such as wind. Yi Fan immediately one startled, although he cannot recognize these rune significances, but actually listens to pass on the law elder to mention, this clearly looked like the monster race's writing. In Pangbo eyes green spooky, his straight sat, then silent standing up, coldly looks to Yi Fan, seeming like wants to begin, the palm that however lifts is actually shivering, some do not run errands. Pangbo, the Yi Fan loud summon, he knows that the Pangbos will thorough deep sleep, has not certainly been capturing the control of body. Here's this summon, that body shook, the monster mark on forehead and face also changed pale many. However, a low and deep roar spreads, the Pangbo's body shakes violently, then blue-green magnificent rays of light, on his forehead and face covered entirely the monster mark, finally slowly tranquil. At this time, he is no longer staring at Yi Fan, but turned around to look to volcano there, in the mouth made the hoarse sound, let's your seal that's all intentionally. In Yi Fan heart immediately one startled, this occupies the Pangbo body unknown exists seems fearful. At this time, fight before ancient palace even more intense, the palace gate had been shoved open, both sides battled before the big palace gate, the spirit ruins sanctuary leader also had two big monsters to step afoot. At this moment, Pangbo then swept Yi Fan, then soars suddenly, turns into together the green light, charges into above crater that ancient palace. The battle before ancient palace is intense, reaches a stalemate, has the casualties mutually. Pangbo suddenly appears, immediately makes the spirit ruins sanctuary elders reveal the startled color, but after several big monsters see monster mark on his forehead and face, surprised uncertain. However at present no one can attend to him, the spirit ruins sanctuary leader also two big monsters march into ancient palace simultaneously, Pangbo leave behind together afterimages in the sky, followed closely three powerhouse to clash. In the sky of brilliance, the remaining two supreme elder also several big monsters also crashed in the palace. But, lightning bird and other super ominous birds and beasts, as well as spirit ruins sanctuary ordinary elders, all soars, charges into ancient palace. Thump. At this moment, the depressed sound in palace sends out again, was more violent than and strong before. Ku. The spirit ruins sanctuary two elders at the scene are big mouth to spit blood, drew back staggering. But an arm-thick silver centipede whole body crack, resembles the insect body that the silver casting becomes later as in Kun's 2.5 centimeters break, crashed from ancient palace on. Body barbaric ox, lives the lion and ferocious beast of whole body densely covered azure scale, as high as several meters, the hill rushes to the midair probably generally, but was just close to ancient palace being spurted the blood by the depressed sound vibration big mouth, a heart of disruption was coughed at the scene. Thump, and, thump, and, thump. The depressed sound resounds unceasingly, super ominous birds and beasts and spirit ruins sanctuary that elders most starts to clash all swayed the body to back up, all bled profusely from the head, is seriously injured. Strength slightly weak. Several people of also several ominous bird barbarian beast died inside directly, the chest split, blood splattering, cannot withdraw from ancient palace. The distant place, the Yifan shock, what kind of strength this monster emperor contained grave to background, unexpectedly so fearful. Although he is separated by very far, but still felt that more and more powerful strength, the depressed sound made him somewhat unable to endure. Grand ancient palace is shaking, inside person is battling, several big monsters are berating, the spirit ruins sanctuary leader and supreme elder are also crying loud and long. Bang! Blue-green light flashed, Pangbo's silhouette appears in front of ancient palace, resembles to be rumbled to kill. His complexion is pale, flew several corpse numerous rackets of ground, does not know that contained how big strength, all charges into the mountain that Yifan is, numerous crash in place. In the Yifan heart moves, because he discovered Pangbo that the whole face cyanogen winds around swept one to here, then angrily roars is crashing in ancient palace again. Yifan turns inside out several corpses, the careful observation, then discovered on a barbarian beast corpse exceptionally, a little selected the extremely weak golden light unexpectedly in its wound place circulation, the words that did not examine carefully were hard to detect radically. What's the matter? Yifan extends the take action finger, refers, searches that wound, he felt like bumped into anything, then by double referred to clamping. Immediately, dazzling magnificent light clash, shining Yifan almost cannot open the eye. This is a golden paper, above is pasting the endless god splendor, brilliant eye-catching. This page of golden paper are heavier than the metal, above was dense and numerous, carves innumerable ancient character, small hardly may watch, each ancient character seemed like stars to sparkle, magnificent light was radiant. The Yifan's heart, thump thump thump, accelerated to beat immediately, felt somewhat has a parched mouth, is narrowed the eye that the god splendor on this golden paper shook. Number 58, Gold Book Town, subdues sea of bitterness. The Yifan's heart, thump thump thump, speeds up beating, is completely because excited, he associated to Tao scripture all of a sudden, spirit ruins sanctuary leaders and several big monster life and death praying, mainly for Tao scripture and the eastern wilderness, heavy treasure. This golden paper is extraordinary, probably is condensed by the essence of rainbow glow, lives the splendor shiningly, the shaken person cannot open eyes, and starts heavily, wants heavy many times compared with the metal. Perhaps merely one page of paper, over 10,000 characters. Yifan is narrowing the eye fully, sizes up in the hand carefully the magnificent light radiant golden color paper, but transports fortunes the full eyesight even if, can only see fuzzy outline that's all, these engrave handwriting supreme tenuity that was small. The pro and con all are the characters, dense and numerous, each character seems like stars, is blooming divine shine, very dazzling. In Yifan heart difficult to be calm, without guessing wrong, this absolutely is Tao scripture, is thing that he most longs, without thinking obtained like this, he has not a real feeling. Makes an effort to pinch the dazzling golden paper in hand, crossing is very long he to be tranquil, he thought of whole face cyanogen Pangbo in this moment, when wastes these corpses, looks at that to hear, as if there is profound meaning. Is he hits intentionally? Yifan thought of this possibility instantaneously. However, occupies unknown existence of Pangbo body, should such good intention, how possibly for no reason not help him for no reason? Is Pangbo? Yifan thought of a possibility quickly. Pangbo has been striving for the control of body, perhaps led the body in that instantaneously temporarily. However thinks after here, Yifan shakes the head, this possibility is minimal, Pangbo can only disturb that unknown existence at most, perhaps is unable to get the winning side. In moment of that life and death praying, if we're disturbed, we'll have the sorrow of life. Yifan to think deeply about the moment anytime, thinks that unknown existence and Pangbo possibly compromised mutually, temporarily reached some agreement, the golden Tao scripture person does not know that the ghost passed on unconsciously. Yifan more wants more to think that has the possibility very much, was Pangbo helped him, Tao scripture delivered, he talked to oneself, Pangbo cannot have an accident. Thinks the monster article that on the Pangbo face appears, In the Yi Fan heart sinks. That unknown existence is very likely monster race, but unlike these big monsters obvious, does not dare the interest in human races. Tao scripture perhaps wants to compete for the monster race's great emperor relic. Yi Fan calms the mind, searched several other corpses carefully, again no discovery. The golden paper only then one page of that's all. The light is shining and heavy, feels like holding a treasure house, making him have a serious pressure. In fact this page of gold book are more precious than any treasure depository. Yi Fan wants to look at an outcome, the centralized spirit, communication golden sea of bitterness, exhausts ability the revolution eyesight, wants to know that this page of gold book recorded anything. In sea of bitterness has faint trace golden glow along the body on, condensed Yi Fan's both eyes, making his pupil a little select golden splendor to glitter. Wheel and See volume. In this page of gold book section start, 3 big ancient character can see clearly, probably 3 bright moonlight decide there, live the splendor brightly, the magnificent light circulation. Looks again downward, handwriting small many, can see the typeface reluctantly, but makes people feel the both eyes stabbing pain. These ancient character bloom divine light, likely the gold metal needle generally to shooting, more to watch more cannot see clearly, both eyes punctured swelling, the ache is incomparable. Merely in a flash, Yi Fan's both eyes then become red, is extremely bitter, cannot help but drips many tears. He quickly put aside the vision, the pupil's center point selects golden splendor to diverge, passes a quarter to restore. This makes him very surprised, watches normally, although is unable to see clearly these ancient character, but is actually insufficient stabbing pain both eyes. But building up faint trace divine force in both eyes, stares at this page of Tao scripture actually nearly injures to the pupil, lets the person surprise. This page of Tao scripture, really extraordinary. Yi Fan did not lose heart, rested a while, the centralized spirit, communicated sea of bitterness again, exhausted ability the revolution eyesight. However this time does not look at the section start, but looks at the reverse final several characters directly. Wheel and See volume finishes. Finally 4 ancient character, such as outset that 3 characters are ordinary, obviously big many, is very easy to see clearly, such as bright moon rises above the sea, the multi-colored sunlight sprinkles. Similarly, beyond abatement these 4 characters, the reverse other characters are unable to distinguish, because each small ancient character seems like round miniature sun, radiant dazzling, the Tao spirit splendor probably gold, metal needle departs together generally, the pupil of stabbing pain person, burning discomfort. Yi Fan quickly puts aside the vision, in his heart a fierce beat, almost can determine now, this volume of gold book are, Tao scripture, most important outset volumes. So-called Wheel and See, does not need to want also to know that refers to Wheel of Life and Sea of Bitterness, is divine force source gurgling, but flows is the basis of practicing. No wonder the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader said that this is Tao scripture, most important one volume, because this is outset volume 1 of this immortal standard, is the foundation of 10,000 zhang, 3.33 meters, tall buildings. Spirit Ruins Sanctuary Mr. Wu Qingfeng once had the word, cultivator wants Wheel of Life and Sea of Bitterness cultivate until peak, can profit lifelong, becomes peak powerhouse, it can be imagined Wheel and See volume importance. Spirit Ruins Sanctuary grasped this volume of a sheet of scripture that's all, is remnant in remnant, occupies proportion less than 10%, can only communicate Sea of Bitterness that's all for just the basic immortal seedling, the following method, this has not made Yi Fan quite regrettable. At this moment, obtains complete Wheel and See volume, Tao scripture, making him be overjoyed, profits sufficiently lifelong, this volume is complete cultivation system, can practice. Yi Fan cautious put away this page of gold book, he knows not to may divulge a secret, otherwise dies without the burial ground inevitably. Perhaps as the Spirit Ruins Sanctuary leader obtains, must seek help back that holy lands to shelter immediately, will otherwise have to extinguish the calamity of faction. Such a volume of Tao scripture can be called as the priceless treasure, seems like active volcano that can erupt momentarily, the crisis of huge advantage and destruction coexists. Obtains 1 page of gold book feat, is the huge pleasant surprise. Yi Fan does not want to stay for a long time in this, At present he does not have strength to take action to compete for anything, only then recedes as the best plan. He flushes away to the mountain fast, revolves the profound law of Tao scripture recording, in sea of bitterness overflows gold threads immediately, flowed to all the limbs and bones, the whole body flesh and skeleton received moistening, immediately made his speed promote. But at this moment, Yi Fan felt that a strange change, the golden paper in bosom seemed to be shivering. At first, he has not cared, until him felt finally suddenly a body icy coldness, the golden paper as if bumped into one with the flesh. What's the matter? Has not placed the post to place, him quickly to stop to watch. However made the Yi Fan surprised matter happen, in bosom completely empty, that page of Tao scripture vanished does not see. How possibly? Yi Fan finds it hard to believe the present fact simply, even if spirit ruins sanctuary leader take action, is hard to be silent, how to vanish to disappear suddenly. At the same time, he felt that life essence chi in within the body in boiling, the profound law of Tao scripture recording revolved, was uncontrolled, let his sea of bitterness golden light a big magnificence burst. Well, Yi Fan is surprised, and in this moment, he felt that sea of bitterness is somewhat unusual, probably many anything, in he is hurried regards. The scene that sees makes him dumbfounded, in that yellow pisolite big golden color sea of bitterness, presents one page of gold book unexpectedly. The golden paper changed small, the appearance of unfathomable mystery in that grain of golden sea of bitterness. This result made Yi Fan not recover good long while, the feeling was unthinkable. The profound law of Tao scripture recording stops operating, all were tranquil, but in Yi Fan's golden color sea of bitterness were many one page of reductions gold book, how diligently, cannot shake its slightest, could not come out again. Yi Fan is in a daze dull, perplexed, thought deeply about long time, does not understand why will have such matter. However, the body and golden sea of bitterness do not have the ill feeling, this makes him slightly relieved. After Yi Fan is tranquil, decides to depart, again starting to walk footsteps. Bang! At this moment, the direction transmits the fierce sound, in the distant seeing sky that ancient palace is shaking, blooms the innumerable way multicolored sunlight, had the spirit ruins sanctuary elders to sweep to fly surrounding super ominous birds and beasts. It is not good, I cannot leave. Yi Fan really feels relieved Big Peng Bo, although knows that stays here is also useless, cannot help. However, in his being able to pass heart that passed test, cannot see the Peng Bo safe and sound difficulty relief with own eyes, in his heart difficult secure, without the means departs. Naturally, he will not impulse to handle affairs, these chose a farther mountain peak time, distant watching. Chi chi chi. At this moment, the remote horizon, transmits sounds of the breaking space, the Tao spirit rainbow flies together to hear, enough have several 10. Rumble. Afterward, has probably the mighty force to gallop, behind dozens Tao spirit rainbows, hears the intermittent barbarian beast shouting sound, the mist tumbles, the rosy cloud obstructs the day. Dozens barbarian beast mount the clouds and ride the mist to come, in conducting the back is all carrying cultivator, although treads in the sky, but actually transmits the sound of intermittent bolt of lightning, probably they have several 10,000 armies killed together. These barbarian beasts are variation that ancient desolate leaves behind, all the scales are dense, fierce incomparable, rides to sit in center that barbarian beast cultivator bosom is holding a flag, flap flap makes noise with the wind, the power and influence is dreadful, above writing has 4 large characters, flickering light holy land. Number 59, the heart of monster emperor. Very big ostentation and imposing manner, 36 Tao spirit rainbows before, 27 barbarian beast are carrying 27 powerful cultivator, although merely dozens people of that's all, but actually seems like the mighty force to clash, the sky is trembling, probably whether there is celestial troops and generals completely killed. In the sky the person shouted the beast hiss, the fog surged rolling, murderous aura soared to the heavens, such as the vast expanse of water came. Yi Fan is startled, so many powerhouse, want on many one time compared with the spirit ruins sanctuary person. As flickering light holy land, that holy land that spirit ruins sanctuary attaches to. Yi Fan talked to oneself. Regardless in ancient China, is starry sky other sure the end, Flickering light. Both characters have tasteful. Flickering light. Holy Land. Big power and prestige. At this moment, another direction broadcasts the coldly sound. That sky, rumble, make noise. 18 ancient war chariot come in waves. Murderous aura soars to the heavens. The oppression vault of heaven in rumble makes noise and shivers. From ancient aristocratic family, G family. That ancient desolate inheritance gets down. Flickering light. Holy Land person. After seeing 18 ancient war chariot, the pupil all shrinks. Everyone alerted. The air chi of withering two clashes. The imposing manner rises steep. Both sides stopped. Occupies sky respectively. Distant confrontation. Competes relied on the strength respectively. This is the vast voice of two groups of people, confronted the moment, has not made war, simultaneously charges into above crater grand ancient palace. In Yi Fan heart one cold, Holy Land an ancient desolate aristocratic family in legend rushed. It seems like that this monster Emperor Tum enter the world is really astonishing enough. After two colossi obtain the news, first arrived land of Yan, participated. Quote. Yi Fan shows the look of thinking from Ji family. That ancient desolate era inheritance gets down. Ji can be one of the most ancient surnames in China. The background is really big. Left behind the endless legend in ancient China. Does not want in starry sky other shore also so. To endure with existence that Holy Land is on par with. Rumbly. In the sky has the flood to attack probably. Flickering light. Holy Land and Ji family. These two aloof major powers clash, before arriving at that grand ancient palace, instantly. Surroundings. These ominous birds and beasts disperse instantly, although they have not been able to turn into the human form, but had opened spiritual wisdom, the sensation to the danger, all retreats decisively. Another side. The spirit ruins sanctuary elders all change color, although attaches in flickering light. Holy Land, but this monster Emperor Tum suddenly appears, has not reported upwardly. At this moment others came, naturally makes there some not comfortable. Moreover, from land of Yan recent ancient desolate aristocratic family, Ji family, obtained the news to rush to hear unexpectedly, two super colossi all in this, let a person bitterness and astringency of spirit ruins sanctuary presently, they know, perhaps was difficult the harvest. At this time, grand ancient palace shakes unceasingly. Several big monster and spirit ruins sanctuary leader and supreme elder in the fierce disputes. The inside depressed sound are getting more and more powerful, are away from let the person heart intermittent severe pain very much. The flickering light. Holy Land person ancient palace surrounding. Dozens barbarian beast as pleased as punch fast. Smokes, treads in the sky unceasing tread, making here shiver again and again, a noise. The Ji family's person does not show weakness. 18 ancient war chariot form the battlefield, blocked the sky, confronts with flickering light. Holy Land, to prevent the monster Emperor Tum soars to the heavens to go suddenly. At this moment, flickering light. Holy Land and in the Ji family's crowd goes out of 89 old men simultaneously, takes a step in void, light flashed, vanishes in the ancient palace mouth completely, flushed. Bang! The monster Emperor Tum shakes was fiercer. Inside fight had arrived at intensified, has weapon turnover divine light to sweep unceasingly from the palace gate. Ancient desolate aristocratic family and Holy Lands join, broke the deadlock quickly, as if eradicated in many restrictions, when or not many multicolored sunlight flushed. Encircled to defend outside people all acted, controlled the god rainbow, competes magnificent light that these flushed, carefully looked unexpectedly as one pasting the magnificent light weapon. Understood at a glance that was not everything. Thump. Suddenly, severe tremor, encircles in the ancient palace surrounding person all looks deathly pale, suddenly, violently to retreat. A vast immeasurable strength runs out from ancient palace backward, probably the angry sea is howling crazily, raised to fly Ji family's 18 ancient war chariot, but flickering light. Holy Land these barbarian beast also had cultivator is also off their feet, fast retreat. The blazing ray runs out from the monster Emperor Tum bedroom. Shining person cannot open eyes. The vast immeasurable strength such as moves mountains general turbulent. 1 foot crystal small coffin flushed. The powerful strength and dazzling ray precisely it sends out. Thump, and, thump, and, thump. It is shivering gently, just like the heartbeat. The rich rhythm, Filled with the boundless life aura, the vast strength sweeps across all directions. Blocks it. Monster Emperor Tomb Sukanaka spreads the anxious shouting out sound, then more than 10 persons' shadows flushed, when first person impressively is Pangbo. At this moment his whole body is winding around the cyanogen, the dragon riding phoenix symbol on face was more crowded, the arm also climbed up black tortoise and Keelin shape writing gradually, several meter green light that eyes projects, at this moment can be called monster chi to soar to the heavens, compared with his behind that several big monster. At this time meanwhile, in his eyes without other, but flickers is staring at that ruler crystal small coffin, is in hot pursuit. Flickering light Holy Land and G family's expert, since ancient palace runs out, the look is not very attractive, loud order surrounding person intercepts that crystal sarcophagus, but at this time Spirit Ruins sanctuary leader and supreme elder also look ugly flushed, they do not want to give up, although came so many people, but also wants to struggle a struggle, otherwise all will turn into the eastern running water diligently. As for several big monsters, then angriest, on the face wrote all over being unwilling, but facing so many human race powerhouse, they have a mind to be incapable, runs out of the encirclement ring, prepares to act according to circumstances. G family's 18 ancient war chariot, the platoon becomes the battlefield, keeps off in the sky, blocked here, intercepts that crystal sarcophagus. But flickering light Holy Land these cultivator also acted, or rides barbarian beast, either the control god rainbow, rushes directly. The non-full-scale long crystal sarcophagus was surrounded immediately, at this time powerhouse that took clashes from monster Emperor Tomb Sukanaka all rushed, almost searches the hand simultaneously, grasps forward. Bang! Several pairs of big hands found out, held the crystal sarcophagus, naturally these big hands condensed by magnificent light, was not the real palm of people, they while competing for crystal sarcophagus, is spelling to fight mutually. G family's 18 ancient war chariot all encircled, but the flickering light Holy Land person advances freely and quickly, is ugly in the supreme elder facial color that this moment Spirit Ruins sanctuary leader also too fortunately survive, their absolute strengths are very strong, however actually appears the person to be only helpless before so many people. Naturally, Pangbo is loner one, but he actually does not give up, monster chi soars to the heavens. Green light that in the eye projects as several meters, was more powerful than the imposing manner. Ka-cha ka-cha. At this moment, the crystal sarcophagus cannot bear the impacts of so many powerhouse, slowly is cracked, then bang disrupted. Bang! At this moment, a dreadful monster strength erupts in an instant, shook to fly everyone, no one can withstand this wild strength. But G family's ancient war chariot, keeps off in the front line that 4 direct smashing, above 12 cultivators seem like the yellow sand stack, turned into fine powder in the flash. The flickering light Holy Land similar loss is serious, more than 10 people were twisted by this dreadful monster strength fully broken, turned into blood mist with barbarian beast directly, dies a violent death. Spirit Ruins sanctuary leader with 2 supreme elder complexions snow white, flies upside down several hundred meters away, the steady immobilized figure, powerful such as they were also nearly created. Distant place, in Yifan heart one tight, for fear that Pangbo has the accident surprise, although unknown existed to lead the body, but that after all was Pangbo's fleshly body. Monster chi soars to the heavens, Pangbo is safe and sound, he draws back as farther than anyone, as if has expected this result. At this moment, the life aura can compare vastness that in the crystal sarcophagus of disruption erupts, presents everyone's life strength to superimpose not to have it simply to be powerful. In the endless monster strength source, unexpectedly is a bright red heart, only then the fist is so big, such as red agate generally clear radiant, magnificently intense blood color divine shine winds around in the surroundings, the endless monster strength and powerful life aura precisely it diverges. Thump! And, thump, and, thump. The sound of heartbeat spreads, it is trembling the beat that unexpectedly, has not lost life force, this is a heart that has the strong vigor. In this moment, no one can approach, this clear and bright red heart beats every time, makes the surrounding person feeling bloodlines spurt to open, blood vessel wants to rupture, the heart fierce ache of everyone, many corners of the mouth overflowing blood, is hard to support, fast flying upside down goes. A fearful heart, such normal beat, makes people unable to withstand merely. The heart of great emperor, is my monster race, one generation of great emperor's heart of the Buddha. In the sky, several big monsters all shock incomparably, cannot bear exude the screams. The heart of clear monster emperor is beating powerfully, then shoots up to the sky suddenly, turns into together blood color divine light, charges into far spatial. Blocks it, cannot put it to depart. A flickering light holy land old person yelled, an anxiety of face. Intercepts it, spares nothing, imprisons it. G family's powerhouse is also drinking to shout. That is the heart of monster race's great emperor, is his source of forces is, if were obtained by other big monsters, might accomplish monster race's great emperor very much again. When they issue the order, several big monsters had flushed, but there is a shadow mark together to be quicker than everyone, is Pang Bo, the whole person in heaven and earth coincides unexpectedly, turns into together the green light, suddenly vanishes does not see, almost goes far away with the heart of monster race's great emperor at the same time. G family dispatched 82 ancient war chariot to pursue, but flickering light holy land also branched out enough half of troops, caught up with great speed. They leave behind half of manpower respectively, encircle the monster emperor Tum Tum. If we had known as monster emperor Tum Tum enter the world, said that anything also wants to report to come up, in a hurry however comes, our strength is insufficient. A flickering light holy land old person sighed unceasingly. Thinks that is common immortal residence that's all, has not thought that unexpectedly as the monster race's great emperor grave, was too unexpected, this vibrates the eastern wilderness, important matter sufficiently. G family's powerhouse also regrets constantly, they also do not have to report to come up, the direct belt bring person to clashes. The distant place, Yi Fan is extremely shocking, in the middle of these people, has about 10 people is not weak in the spirit ruins sanctuary leader at least, but is not coarse from their words, they are not flickering light holy land and G family's true powerhouse, this has to be frightening. Several great holy land have these ancient desolate aristocratic family is really the colossi that are inconceivable. Li Zongmin, you whether obtains legend that volume, Tao scripture, in a flickering light holy land old man inquired to the spirit ruins sanctuary leader. Since knows after this is the monster race's great emperor grave, he knows immediately this place buried important sacred relic. Outside monster race heavy treasure that abatement monster race's great emperor used, certainly also had other third layer divine depository. Tao scripture eastern wilderness human race's most precious object and monster race's great emperor remains. And, the monster strength source, heart of monster race's great emperor, breaking space has gone, could overtake to is very difficult to say. Regardless the monster race's great emperor heavy treasure outside, another two eastern wilderness human race's sacred relic, or flickering light holy land and G family wins. In leader heart of spirit ruins sanctuary bitter and astringent, has not reported flickering light holy land ahead of time, finally anything still has not obtained, one had only known, not, if sends out a huge favor. He hurries to explain in detail. First level divine depository, Tao scripture, vanishes into thin air, only leaves behind a spatial box, no one sees true scripture. The accident surprise first open third level divine depository, monster race's great emperor heart also breaking space. Now is only left over second level divine depository, just broke open half restrictions that's all, expects the eastern wilderness human race's most precious object also in inside. In addition, monster race's great emperor has used these monster race heavy treasures, some that curls Tao scripture to vanish into thin air unexpectedly, how can like this? Flickering light holy land powerhouse also has the ancient desolate aristocratic family G family's person, all flickers is staring at the spirit ruins sanctuary leader, resembles does not believe. In the leader heart of spirit ruins sanctuary becomes rough. Endures in eastern wilderness also several ancient scripture with Tao scripture raises compare. It is said all grasps in these hand of holy land and ancient desolate aristocratic family, they have such as not times to, Tao scripture a mortal standard, actually still wants to rob this volume of ancient scripture. The spirit ruins sanctuary leader can only sigh in the heart, helpless shaking the head, said, we have not truly seen. At this moment, the remote horizon transmits the intermittent melodious heavenly music. More than 10 females come lightly, has happened to flown from the Yifan top of the head, making in his heart be startled. These more than 10 women's all white clothed wind snows, although is far from beautiful, but each simple and beautiful transcend worldly affairs, does not have the aura of this mortal world. They are lithe, flies to lightly, probably surging waves fairy, elf that if dances, not eating the food of common mortals, the ultra dust is refined. Some people play the bamboo flute lightly, melodious, is interesting to listen, also some people faint smile full, making one bathe in fresh air. The female who these such as have a beautiful face each such as exiles the immortal to be common, has transcend worldly affairs aura. Yifan surprised, thought that this as he imagines immortal cultivator, is seemingly elusive and elegant, controlling rainbow line, outside unique this mortal world, free and unfettered between heaven and earth. Cannot think that even, including Jew not enter the world Jade Lake Holy Land was alarmed, expects soon, other eastern wilderness factions will come in swarms. Jade Lake Holy Land always stands aloof from the world, does this time want to compete for the monster race's great emperor losing treasure. Flickering light Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family G family's person also spoke, since greeted to more than 10 simple and beautiful young girls, was a probe. I and others passed by that's all, discovered that this place monster strength vast like sea, then came to find out, does not want to run into everyone. A white-clothed female smiled faintly, later showed the serious look, said, cannot think that was monster race's great emperor grave enter the world, expected that in following several days, will certainly shock the trim eastern wilderness land, endless sect dispatched the person to come. The distant place, Yifan is surprised, flickering light, Jade Lake these words may not be ordinary. Especially Jade Lake, left behind strong one in the Chinese myth, cannot think that is also the background is really unexpectedly big in this starry sky other shore. Number 60, clouds rising in the 8 directions. Land of Yan is place of corner, in eastern wilderness is insignificant, if the news passes on, this stretch of ruins will certainly be submerged by endless cultivator. At this moment, most loses is the spirit ruins sanctuary leader, Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family all presently, he knows that these time perhaps will be difficult to harvest, is unable to contend with these colossi. Ancient desolate aristocratic family G family's ancient war chariot, rumble makes noise, the steamroll crosses the upper air, making the vault of heaven tremble, goes far away fast. The flickering light Holy Land person sees that all changes color. An old person quickly orders to cultivator, said, you hurry to return to Holy Land, fast to report comes up, dispatching powerhouse to help. The monster emperor Tum enter the world news was impossible to cover, will certainly shock the trim vast eastern wilderness land, shortly after decides however to have more and more sect to catch up, must have with their compound ancient desolate aristocratic family and Holy Land, G family and flickering light Holy Land have to request reinforcements. Yermai several collaborate, hurries to break open the monster emperor Tum, takes out inside heavy treasure, how? A flickering light Holy Land old man looks to G family's powerhouse, looks to Jade Lake Holy Land more than 10 females, finally also swept a spirit ruins sanctuary leader lightly. Good, this should so. On the G family ancient battlefield vehicle immediately the nod name after powerhouse hearing this is. Jade Lake Holy Land more than 10 females are elusive and elegant, each and every one simple and beautiful transcend worldly affairs, resembles does not want to participate in this contest, all goes to retreat, is that female light start open red lips of head, said, I and others passed by that's all, does not want to compete for the monster race's great emperor losing treasure. Such being the case, I and others does not demand. Are to collaborate. Breaks open the monster race's great emperor imperial mausoleum. Flickering light Holy Land and G family look forward to the Jade Lake's person to withdraw, although the monster emperor Tum buries many heavy treasures, but no one dislikes spiritual treasure to be many, the person of participation the fewer the better. Li Zongmin you also lead the person to come. A flickering light Holy Land old person light swept one to the distant place. In leader heart of spirit ruins sanctuary bitter and astringent, said, decides wholeheartedly. The flickering light Holy Land old man nods saying, "Your spirit ruins sanctuary had offered many strengths. When opens the monster Emperor tomb will make you satisfy surely." At that moment, 20 powerhouse enter the monster Emperor tomb again, wants to open this ancient desolate tomb thoroughly. Bang! Ancient palace unceasing shaking that 5 colors divine jade casts, blooms eye-catching magnificent light, making this piece of heaven and earth follow the tremor. Probably some not right. Jade Lake Holy Land more than 10 females, watches in the distant place, at this moment they're all reveal the look of surprise. Ancient palace these monster articles seem to be getting more and more bright. These ancient character have the life probably, is shivering, resembling to pass the wall. These monster articles on ancient palace in the blooming extraordinary splendor, the dragon shape writing such as small dragon are all swaying from side to side, phoenix shape writing wants to spread the wings to depart, the black tortoise shape writing is the trundle. The monster Emperor tomb fills mysterious aura, the strong monster strength is condensing slowly, the ancient grave covered hazy mist. It is not good, this monster race's great Emperor Imperial Mausoleum has strangely. Several females from Jade Lake Holy Land all show the surprised look, they felt more and more powerful monster strength, gradually, such as vastness generally slowly turbulent. Flickering light Holy Land and G family not everyone entered the monster Emperor tomb. Defendant also induces this change outside person, the complexion changed suddenly, drank to shout too, it is not good, the mausoleum changes, withdraws in a big hurry. Does not need them to drink to shout, inside person has known the important matter is not wonderful, walks turns into blood mist in the forefront several people suddenly, such rapidness that all come, at all not yes what's the matter. Brushes. Everyone is completely fast retreat, the body god rainbow, flushes away toward the exit to speak. Bang! Monster Emperor tomb Sukauchi shines endless magnificent light suddenly, the rear several people burnt at the scene, struggles frigidly, but simply is useless, turned into the ashes in the flash. Walks quickly, the spirit ruins sanctuary leader with 2 supreme elder running out of danger and danger, flickering light Holy Land and G family also runs out of 45 people respectively, others were all sealed in inside. In this moment, ancient palace front door slowly closed, can see inside some scenes by the slit that has not closed with enough time thoroughly, magnificent light is radiant, was stranded in inside person is hard to move, the whole body is transparent, the blood is burning, 5 main internal organs entrails fast burnt, is the flesh and skeleton, turns into the flying ash in an instant. Before they died that terrifying expression, making everyone feel the intermittent fear, person who particularly just drew back, is none who does not fearful and apprehensive, if late one step, they are also such fate. How like this, to have anything, why this mausoleum suddenly was so fearful, the flickering light Holy Land old man complexion to be pale, was ugly, now also no obtained the heavy treasure, the buckle so many people, or really not the good sign. This is monster race's great emperor layout contingency plan, perhaps does not have the big monster in this is words, this ancient palace regarding human cultivator as the fatal devil's lair. G family's powerhouse makes such judgment. The people think, felt reasonable, a moment ago several big monsters in this time, has not had what unusuality, until they departed, ancient palace became so mysterious and fearful. Very likely this, monster race's great emperor definitely does not hope that human race powerhouse ultimately obtains his inheritance. That is supposed to do, needs to stress several big monsters to come, perhaps already without enough time, many sect mostly already on road. After flickering light Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family G family's person discussed the moment, decided that at outside storm, first opened ancient palace with joint forces, otherwise when the time comes heavy valuable outcome was very difficult to say. Must first open, flickering light Holy Land and G family collaborate, can blow general sect sufficiently, but if the domineering big faction, or as other Holy Land and ancient desolate aristocratic family arrival, that trouble was big, these people will compete not to have any scruples. Eastern wilderness was too big, do not say that powerful cultivator, the country is hard to be true the number to be clear, no Holy Land can shock trim Eastern wilderness. Chi. Various types of weapons all bloom magnificent light, kills toward the monster Emperor Toom Bang, erupts the violent fluctuation of energy. However, surprisingly, the monster race's great Emperor Mausoleum lossless slightest. Above these monster articles were even more radiant. These monster articles are wriggling. In this moment, all cultivator all one startled. Small dragon wind from the foundation place of monster Emperor Toom upwardly. Phoenixes are spreading the wings to fly in circles. Black tortoise is only creeping along slowly. Emperor monster race the article, from the foundation place upward spread of ancient palace, as all dense and numerous finally, will put in order ancient palace to cover thoroughly, probably carved completely the incantation, appeared mysterious immeasurable, monster strength or pasting. Flickering light Holy Land and G family several storms, but all ends in failure, moreover lost 2 ancient war chariot with 78 barbarian beast. The writing in Monster Emperor Tomb bedroom has the strange immeasurable strength, often runs out of divine light, pierces. Ended, that is Emperor Monster races the article, certainly as last generation of monster races great emperor remains. The flickering light Holy Land old man is pale, made an effort to grip tighten the palm, the knuckle pinched Blanche, said, it is not able to open depending on us, can only wait for Holy Land's powerhouse to arrive, but does not know that by that time we'll have many sect to rush. G family's powerhouse stands as on ancient war chariot, the facial color all is very unattractive, monster Emperor Toom so evil different, can only static and other powerhouse help. Chi. The sound of breaking space is lingering on faintly, the horizon presented several more than 10 Tao spirit rainbows one after another, after the news disclosed that first batch of cultivator rushes. However, after seeing as other Yan Country 5 sanctuary and blessed land people, those present released a long breath, secretly rejoiced fortunately as not the super big faction. Rumbly, the far spatial fog tumbles, magnificent light radiate all around, is built up huge divine boat breaking space that becomes to come by the divine jade sacrifice, approaches fast. Flickering light Holy Land and G family's person changes color immediately, feared that anything comes anything. Finally had the super big faction to rush. However makes their hearts startled still in behind, in this moment, the distant place transmits a tsunami terrifying to fluctuate. Another direction, dozens Tao spirit rainbows clear the way before, 9 take the form of Keelin ancient desolate barbarian beast to draw jade carriage that divine red clouds is winding around, mounts the clouds and rides the mist, makes the intermittent startling thunderclap sound, to clashes fast. Flickering light Holy Land and G family's powerhouse changes color immediately, this absolutely is super terrifying great person, otherwise is impossible to have such big ostentation. This grade of character rushed unexpectedly personally,